Hello and welcome to the RedHawk Radio Kickoff Show. My name is Andrew. I was here to break down everything for Miami football. Second week in a row that the RedHawks are back in Oxford. This is the final home game of the regular season at Yager Stadium. It's been an awesome year for Miami football. After a rough start, especially in non-conference play, the RedHawks have really been rolling lately. One of the hottest teams in the MAC, if not the nation. They have continued to surprise a lot of people. Not very surprising to Miami fans and people who go here. It's been an awesome year for the RedHawks once again, especially under Chuck Martin. 5-1 in the MAC currently, 4-1 at home. Their only loss against Cincinnati, which, to be honest, if they played this week or if they played soon, they could probably beat them just based off of momentum and scheming, things like that. Anyways, let's talk about the all-time record between Miami versus Northern Illinois. NIU versus Miami have faced off 11-9 all-time series. The Miami RedHawks lead, so they faced off 20 times. Miami edge for them, 11-9. The first matchup in 1970, and they faced each other only 5 times in the last decade. Overall, though, Miami looking to get their 4th straight win over NIU. This is a little interesting stat, though. Miami is 1-4 in the last 5 against NIU in Oxford. So the edge on the Huskies, 1-4 in their last 5 in Oxford at home. They last played at Miami on October 19th, 2019. It was a 27-24 Miami win over the Huskies. So that's some good news on historically for the RedHawks, especially winning in their last game at home, and they'll look to make that 2 games last time 5 years ago. Now we will talk about the last match between NIU and Miami. It was on 2022, November 16th, 2022 at Huskies Stadium in DeKalb, Illinois. It was a 29-23 Miami win. The top performers in that game were Avion Smith, who threw for 185 yards and a touchdown, went 11 for 23. Avion Smith led all backs on the ground with 20 carries, 105 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Mac Hippenhammer hauled in 5 receptions for 105 yards and a touchdown. And the leading tackler was Matt Selipek and Michael Dowell. For NIU, the top players, Nevin Cremascoli went 14 for 22, 165 yards, a pair of touchdowns, and an interception. And Tario Brown had 5 carries for 97 yards, and a touchdown. He had himself an 86-yard rushing touchdown earlier. That was the chunk of his yardage in that one. Kasper Rudkowitz was the leading receiver, 4 receptions, 80 yards, and a touchdown. The top tacklers, C.J. Brown and James Esther, for, at the time, the home NIU Huskies. The FPI Football Power Index comparisons, it has Miami ahead of NIU, negative 2.7 for the RedHawks. They're ranked number 78th in the country, projected to go 7-5 with a 24% chance to win the MAC. That's second behind Bowling Green, which has emerged as really Miami's biggest competition to head to Detroit. That'll be an interesting development because the RedHawks do face off against BG next weekend at Bowling Green on Black Friday. So a little interesting game up there. Should be fun between the Falcons and the RedHawks. We'll get there when we get there. But the RedHawks, 24% chance to win the MAC according to ESPN FBI. Meanwhile, Bowling Green, a 32% chance to win the MAC. For NIU on the FPI side, negative 3.8 with a rank of 85th in the country, and they're projected to go about 7-5, same as the RedHawks. And, of course, their chance to win the MAC is concluded with a 3-3 conference record, just not going to get it done. How did we get here for both teams? The last game for the RedHawks, of course, the home game versus Kent State. The first MACtion game at Yager Stadium in the 24 calendar year. It was a 34-7 Miami win. The leading stat compilers for Miami, it was Brett Gabbert, 202 yards in the air, 2 touchdowns, and 10 for 22, respectively. Keon Mosey, a career day for him, 19 carries, 196 yards on the ground, and a touchdown. Keon Mosey is currently the number 2 rusher in the MAC. Just an absolute explosion of a season for him. 5 straight 100-plus rushing yard games. Season high in rushing yards versus Kent State. And this is a career year for him. Couldn't have happened at a better time, especially after losing Rashad Amos this offseason. The top receivers, of course, Reggie Virgil and Javon Tracy. 2 receptions for 88 yards and a touchdown for Virgil. And for Tracy, 4 receptions for 76 yards and a touchdown. Tracy and Virgil have really put themselves into the conversation for being 2 of the best receivers in the MAC. No exaggeration. Right now, Virgil is number 9 in the MAC in receiving yards. Meanwhile, Tracy, number 10 in the MAC in receiving yards. So those 2 neck and neck. And in terms of touchdowns, Virgil's number 6 in receiving touchdowns, and Tracy's number 7 in receiving touchdowns. The top tackler in that game, Matt Salopek, 6 total tackles and an interception, a forced fumble, and Ty Wise also had 5 total tackles. For NIU versus Akron on Wednesday at Huskies Stadium last Wednesday, it was a 29-16 NIU win versus the Akron Zips. For NIU, Ethan Hampton threw for 105 yards and a touchdown. Telly Johnson Jr. had 21 carries for 104 yards. Meanwhile, Gavin Williams, 9 carries, 101 yards, and a touchdown. So some pretty dynamic running back room there for NIU. Got a pair of players who had over 200 rushing yards, and they should be a force tonight against Miami. The top receiver, Dane Partridge, 1 reception for 39 yards and a touchdown. Gavin Williams, 2 receptions for 35 yards. Javon Byard had 6 total tackles and 5 solo. Meanwhile, Christian Furman, the SEMO transfer, 5 total tackles and 4 solo for the NIU Huskies. Talk about Miami first. Miami, the RedHawks in the Mid-American Conference, have a record of 6-4, 5-1 in the MAC, which is second best, only behind Bowling Green, same record as them. You could call them tied for first, which they are, but that's where they stand currently for Miami as well. Last year, of course, we all know they won the MAC championship, their 4th championship game won, beating Toledo 23-14. And their 17th MAC championship in school history. Just a phenomenal year, and the RedHawks have a chance to be repeat champions in football once again. Just what a great year it's been for them, and they're looking to keep pace in the MAC. Got to win out here, and then we'll see what happens in Detroit in a few weeks. The top players on this Miami team, of course, Brett Gabbert, right now about 2,200 passing yards, 2,148 to be exact, 18 touchdowns and 7 interceptions with a completion percentage of 57%. Gabbert right now stands at number 6 in the MAC in passing yards and number 3 in the MAC in touchdowns. 6th year at Miami. Of course, he's a 2023 third-team All-MAC, along with 2021 and the 2019 MAC Freshman of the Year. Versus Kent State, he was special with a pair of touchdowns. It's always going to be good when you've got Gabbert as your quarterback. On the ground, Miami boasting a few good running backs. Keon Mosey, 127 carries for 846 yards, about averaging 7 per carry, and 3 touchdowns. Jordan Brunson's the other guy, redshirt junior in his 3rd year at Miami. 38 carries for 248 yards and 2 touchdowns. It's probably going to be Mosey and Brunson, but don't be surprised to see Davis in the slot. He's been involved a lot for Miami Top receivers, of course, talked about him: Virgil, Tracy, and McDonald. Virgil has about 600 receiving yards and 7 touchdowns. Javon Tracy right there with him, about 606 touchdowns. And Cade McDonald, 507 receiving yards and a pair of touchdowns. We haven't seen McDonald since the Central Michigan game about a month ago. So in Coach Martin's presser, he talked about how we potentially could be seeing him coming up soon. Could be a big gain if the RedHawks get back number 15 on the offense. Of course, Jack Coldiron, one of the better tight ends in the MAC. He's a good blocking tight end too. Expect him to be involved tonight against a very stout defensive line on NIU. Alec Bevelheimer returning as a punter, 2023 second-team All-MAC. He's been special. Dom Jobin just got announced on the Groza semifinalist list. He's the number 2 scoring kicker in the MAC versus Kent State. He went 2 for 3 on field goals and 4 for 4 on extra points. He's been awesome. And, of course, Kellen McLaughlin doing kickoff duties for the RedHawks. We'll switch it on the defense. On the defensive line, it's Bryan leading the charge. He was a 2023 second-team All-MAC member. Right now he's ranked as the number 7 spot in the MAC in sacks. The redshirt senior from from Hillside, New Jersey, this year, 46 total tackles, 21 solo, 25 assists, and 5 sacks. He's been a monster. Nasir Washington and Corey Siddle are the veterans trailing right behind him. They do some special stuff behind a special player like Bryan Agu. We'll turn it over to the linebacking core for the RedHawks. Matt Salopek leading the charge in his 6th year. If you're new to Miami football, Matt Salopek is one of the best players in program history. He's the number 5 player in the MAC in tackles. He's the number 6 player in the MAC in interceptions. You don't see that happen very often, especially the interceptions for a linebacker. I mean, he's been so special throughout his time in Oxford. Last year, the MAC Defensive Player of the Year, 2023 MAC First Team All Selection, 22 MAC Third Team Selection, and 21 MAC Second Team Selection. I mean, he's won every award that you possibly can get as a defensive player, and he's been awesome for Miami this year. 86 total tackles, 42 solo, 44 assists, 1 sack, a forced fumble, and 3 interceptions. Corbin Hodger is another guy who's emerged for Miami as well. The redshirt junior this year, 52 total tackles, 13 solo, 39 assists, about 2 sacks and 3 interceptions. Hondrew is a guy who's really turned it up and emerged as that number 2 guy that the RedHawks can count on when they need a stop. Ty Wise is the other guy. He's missed some time with injury, but when healthy, he's been a beast. He was a 2023 MAC second team selection and spent time previously at Indiana. In the secondary, it's led by a tandem of Blakey, Walters, and Strader. Strader's a player who was a freshman All-American last year, but he's missed some time this year. Last appeared versus Ball State, so he didn't play against Kent State. Hoping to see him tonight. And if he's in there, he's definitely going to be a beast. Michael Yarbrough's another guy who has really emerged well, but he's missed about a month. Last played against Ohio, so missing about a good chunk of that secondary, but if they can have him back for this game, it could be a huge addition. Eli Blakey, of course, the redshirt junior from Louisville. Just what a great season it's been for him. 67 total tackles, 38 solo, and 29 assists. He's ranked number 10 in the MAC in total tackles. I mean, he's a beast. 4 total versus Kent and 3 assists. He's been a lockdown corner, and he's made life tough for opposing receivers. Silas Walters, another guy, local guy, went to Lakota West High School. About 60 total tackles for him. So Blakey and Walters, the guys you want to watch out for in the secondary. We'll switch it over to NIU's side. On offense, the Huskies, of course, led by Ethan Hampton in his first year as a starter. He's ranked as the number 11 passer in the MAC, 19 for 33 at about a 58 completion percentage, 115 for 192, which is at about 60 completion percentage, about 1,400 passing yards, 1,361, 12 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Not bad for him. He's also pretty mobile, 43 carries for 134 yards and a touchdown. Talked about his performance against Akron. Not a big passer, but, for an NIU team led by Coach Hammock, don't have to be, especially after upsetting Notre Dame earlier this season. Of course, the main cog in this offense has been Gavin Williams and Antario Brown. Williams is a player who's in his second year at NIU. This year, about 631 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns. He's also been strong in the air, 15 receptions for 100 yards and a touchdown. Played well against Akron. Antario Brown, this is the guy that NIU fans were really excited to have back, and he has delivered. And then some, a 2023 MAC first-team all-selection. He had nearly 1,300 rushing yards on the ground last year and 10 touchdowns. This year, a little bit less, about 600 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns. 204 receiving yards and a touchdown in the air. Right now he's ranked as the number 10 rusher in the MAC. That combo of Brown and Williams could cause problems for that Miami defensive lineman led by Agu, Washington, and Suttle. In the air for NIU, the top receiver is Cam Thompson, the redshirt sophomore. 372 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns. Didn't play in that Akron game, but he had a season high of 128 receiving yards versus Ball State. So when he's healthy, like so many of these players, he's could be a big get for NIU. Travion Rudolph is the other guy, the redshirt senior. Right now, about 300 receiving yards and a touchdown. Good on the ground, too. 200 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. Versus Akron, he had a touchdown against the Zips there. Andrew McElroy, the other guy, the St. Thomas transfer at the FCS level. About 200 receiving yards, respectively, in that zone. The tight ends for NIU, led by Grayson Barnes in his second year at NIU. About 300 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns for him. Some good numbers, 95 receiving yards versus Western Illinois, his season high. Another thing to look at is Cannon Woodell, their kicker. He's the number 7 ranked scoring kicker in the MAC in his third year at NIU versus Akron. He made a field goal, and he was 2 for 2 from extra points. So Woodall and Jobin, that's going to be the battle you want to watch in this one on the special teams. The defense is where it gets really good for NIU because they've got a trio of defensive linemen that can give the RedHawks a world of hurt. Of course, I'm talking about Skylar Gill Howard, Roy Williams, and Devontae Malloy. For Skylar Gill Howard, first redshirt junior right now, 42 total tackles, and he's got 4 sacks, which is the number 10 spot in the MAC. Roy Williams, the other guy, Crestwood, Illinois native, about 5 sacks on a forced fumble. You don't see that happening very often from defensive linemen. It's more from your linebackers, but this is a tough group. And then, of course, Devontae O'Malloy in his 5th year at NIU. This is probably going to be the biggest guy that the RedHawks need to stop. 6'2", 293, 7 sacks on the year for him, which is number 2 in the MAC. Roy Williams, the other guy, 6'6", 251. I mean, those are some big dudes that Will Jados and the rest of this offensive line are going to have their hands full with those 3. Jelani Williams, another guy, too, 6'4", 286. He's a big guy. The RedHawks got to be careful with them on offense. we go on the linebacking side, gets a little bit less here. Jaden Dolphin, the senior, has been strong. 4th year at NIU. He's had 4 seasons with 35-plus total tackles, so very consistent numbers from him. And he's got an interception this season. Christian Furman, the other guy, the SEMO transfer out of the Big Sky from Mesa, Arizona. About 50 total tackles and interception for him. He's been a serviceable linebacker for sure. Quinn Urweiler, the other guy, has about 30 total tackles on the year. We go in the secondary. Santana Banner, the redshirt freshman, has about 45 total tackles and an interception. Nate Valserol, 4th year at NIU, Greenfield, Wisconsin native, has about 40 total tackles and 2 interceptions. He's been a good safety for the NIU Huskies. That pair of Vaccaro and Banner are going to be issues for the RedHawks. Just want to keep the ball away from them. Jason Profit, the other guy, the senior from Pompano Beach, Florida, has been a good corner for sure. Jacob Finley and Javon Bird, the other guys to look out for in the secondary. So keys to the games for this one. Listen, it might be, I know Mosey has been the guy for Miami. 5 straight games with 100 rushing yards on the ground consecutively. This might be a game where Mosey may have an off day, just based off of how big and strong that defensive line for NIU is. That's my prediction. It may be a little bit slow, so we may be seeing the passing game coming into effect for Miami. You know, Brett Gabbert, he's had the yards for sure, but this could be one of his big-time games coming up against a big conference rival. You know, you need passing yards. You need to pour on the points, and this could potentially be the game against NIU. That secondary a little bit weaker than up front for them. I expect them to attack and hopefully find Virgil, Tracy, hopefully McDonald if he plays, and some other players open. I mean, just got to get that passing game going, and after that, your offense opens up way more. So I expect the RedHawks to come out passing heavily first, and then after that, if they get a lead, maybe pound it on the ground. But don't be surprised if Mosey has a tough game tonight, especially against a stout run defense like the NIU Huskies. On the defensive side for Miami, this defense has been really good. Their quarterback, Hampton, he's not the biggest passer, so it's going to come down to the defensive line for Miami. They need to make some stops. They got to limit Williams and Brown, the pair of running backs that have been this entire offense for NIU. Keep them quiet, hopefully to under 100 yards rushing, but if you give up more, it's all right. Just got to keep them off the scoreboard. So limit those two guys, and the rest of the defense will do the work. Miami secondary very strong and could be getting stronger if we see Yarbrough and Strader back. So the keys to the game, once again, Miami needs to get the passing game going with Gabbert, and Miami defense needs to shut down Brown and Williams on the running back tandem for NIU. Score prediction for me, I'm going to go 24-10 Miami. Dominant win over NIU. I feel like this defense can really lock them down, and it can lead to a lot of points on the board. But it should be interesting to see. Again, this is a must-win game for Miami. They want to head into Detroit, and it'll be fun to see for sure. So, yeah, appreciate you for tuning into the Kickoff Show. Huge game here to win. And then after that, Miami's got Bowling Green in a little bit. Thanks so much for tuning in. My name is Andrew Relvas. We'll send it over to Sean and Bryan for the pregame show on Red Hawk Radio. Stay with us. More action in a moment from Yager Stadium.
Hello and welcome everybody to Yager Stadium here in Oxford, Ohio on the campus of Miami University. Today it is a gotta get it action tilt between the RedHawks of Miami and the Huskies of Northern Illinois. Bryan Miller, your host here, joined by Sean Wiesemann, and Sean, should be another good battle here between Miami and Northern Illinois. A very good week for the RedHawks last week, a 34-7 win over the Kent State Golden Flashes, where Keon Mosey had a monster game.
No, absolutely. Keon Mosey's been a difference maker so far for the second half of the season. Obviously, not a lot of production from anybody in the run game for the first half of the season, but when you talk about a guy who's rushed for 100-plus yards in 6 of his last 7 games, I mean, that is game-breaking, and that is dynamic running ability that they really haven't had out of the backfield. Obviously, they were playing a lot of Kevin Davis early on, and he was able to do a lot in the receiving end of things, not able to quite add as much, though, in the run game like Keon Mosey has been, and that's going to be a key matchup we'll talk about later here today.
Yeah, absolutely. 196 yards for Mosey last week, and you mentioned it earlier, the improvement from the offense, and specifically the running game throughout the whole season. Mosey just 60 combined yards in the first 3 games of this season, and so far after that has ran for 100-plus yards in 6 of the last 7. Miami also 6-0 when he rushes for 100 or more yards.
Yep, that checks out.
Getting the running game going for Miami will be paramount in tonight's game against the Huskies. For NIU this season, been pretty inconsistent. Does have the win of the year, though, for not only the MAC, but probably all of the Group of 5. One of the best wins in the country going into Notre Dame and beating the then-ranked, 5th-ranked Fighting Irish. But after that, a little inconsistent, losing to Buffalo at home, their next game 24-17, remaining competitive at NC State, but then losing to Bowling Green a few weeks after that. Standing at 6-4, Sean, another inconsistent season for the Huskies, but a win last week against the Akron Zips, 29-16. What stood out about that performance last week?
Well, a couple things really stood out. It was the run game and the ability to respond from them. Obviously, Akron was able to Akron had a big fumble, and NIU was able to get set up pretty well, and they were able to score first. But Akron responded, and so they didn't. And NIU just kept on running the ball a bunch, and 56-yard touchdown run from Trayvon Rudolph, and they were able to score again and eventually just kept it out of hand even after a late surge in the second half from the Zips. That's what I would like to see. Is it feels like that game was kind of a microcosm of their season almost. It feels like it's like, okay, well, the very highs of this team can beat just about almost any team in the country, as evidenced by the now 6th-ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish losing to this Husky squad. But then at the same time, this is a team that lost back-to-back games to Toledo and Ball State. So you certainly have to take that into account as well. Which NIU are we going to see today?
It's certainly been an interesting pattern by the Huskies this year. Started off their season 2-0, and then dropped 2 straight, and then won 2 straight, and then lost 2 straight. You go 4-4, and Sean, you won't believe this, but then they won 2 straight, so now they're at 6-4. So if the pattern holds tonight, should be good news for RedHawk fans.
Let's hope so.
And this is a Husky team that has really been led by their running game. Last week, Ethan Hampton, their quarterback, only 105 yards passing, but Telly Johnson Jr., the freshman running back, 104 yards, and Gavin Williams, 101 yards and a touchdown. So,
and mind you, too, that is without their starter Ontario Brown, too, who has been ruled out for tonight, which is a big loss for the Huskies. And he had over 200 total yards of offense against Notre Dame, and he's dynamic when he gets the ball in his hands. So that's a big loss, but that also just shows you how lethal this run game is, even without their star running back.
Yeah, certainly the freshman Telly Johnson Jr. and the redshirt senior and Iowa transfer Gavin Williams stepping up. Williams, a 71-yard touchdown late in that game that really opened it up. That is the longest rush on the season for the Huskies, so that will be something that the RedHawks will look to prevent in tonight's game. In a game, Sean, where Miami is on a 5-game winning streak, really turning on right as the midweek action games have started, and it really tracks for this Miami team. They are 20-5 in the month of November under Coach Chuck Martin.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Chuck plays. They always play their best ball in November. It's like every single time you feel like this team might not quite reach bowl eligibility or might not quite make the MAC championship. There's somehow, some way they're able to find a way, as evidenced by their dominant stretch. They always play their best ball in November.
And that's certainly a characteristic that many championship teams have.
Absolutely.
Something coaches really talk about on a year-in, year-out basis is playing their best ball towards the end of the season when the moments matter the most. And one way they've been doing that, Sean, the Miami RedHawks, that is explosive plays on offense. First 5 weeks of the season, only 12 plays of 20 or more yards, but the past 5 weeks in this 5-game winning streak for Miami have been a completely different story. 26 plays of 20 or more yards and 11 of them coming on the ground. We've really seen it's pretty much a night and day difference from the beginning of the season till now.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is a team that scored single digits against Northwestern and Notre Dame, only put up 16 against a pretty not great Cincinnati defense, and really struggled to move the ball even against UMass and Toledo. And so to see this team now it's a complete 180. The midseason adjustments from Chuck Martin and his staff, second to none, given the fact that they've had to now do a midseason adjustment seemingly 3 years in a row with injuries the last couple seasons, but now just needing to really shift things offensively, and boy, has it turned them in the right direction.
Yeah, things were certainly looking bleak, especially towards the end of the UMass game, but that end of the game drive from Brett Gabbert to tie it up and then eventually win it in overtime really turned things around. And on the other side of the ball, Sean, on the defense, Miami's defense has really rose to expectations. They've been playing very well, have been pretty dominant in conference play. Third in scoring defense in the MAC, second in total defense, only allowing around 280 yards a game. First in rushing, fourth in passing, fourth in sacks, and first in interceptions with 9. If they're able to get some stops today and turn the ball and get some turnovers, that is, should be another good day for the Red Hawk defense.
Absolutely. It feels like they're stacking good days, good weeks after good weeks. Because you start all the way back in their win against Eastern Michigan, and then it just got better from there. They got a great win against Ohio, and able to stack up dominant wins back to back against Central Michigan, and then against Kent State, and now, so it completely checks out now that their defense is playing so well because they're looking the way that everyone thought they would coming into this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they continue to keep playing that way, it would be huge for this Red Hawk team. Going up against a Husky offense that has struggled at times this season, but lately has been playing very well, scoring 28-plus points in back-to-back weeks, as well as gaining 400-plus yards in a Husky team that's really led by their rushing attack.
No, you're right, and that's not a surprise for Thomas Hammock's squad, who, that kind of exudes the kind of character and the kind of intensity that he wants to play with, which is to run the darn ball. Because he as a former running back was very that totally, that's his DNA, to want to run the ball a whole bunch. And so to see that is no surprise. And even when they had better quarterbacks, they had Rocky Lombardi for several seasons, who was a great quarterback in the MAC, but it didn't. Even then they kind of took the ball out of his hands at times and had and then had great rushing attacks. Harrison Whaley, a name that comes to mind, is a 1,000-yard rusher at Wyoming now. And so the point being, even when they've had good quarterbacks, they want to run the ball, but especially now when they don't have quite the elite quarterback play that they maybe have had in years past, it still doesn't matter. They're still going to run the ball.
Yeah, you mentioned Thomas Hammock, the head coach for the Huskies, a running back at NIU from 1999-2002, had to retire during his senior season due to a heart condition after he got shortness of breath and noticed some other symptoms. And Sean, I don't know if there's any coach in the country that really shows as much school pride as Thomas Hammock does. His interview after the Notre Dame game really stands out to me, just how emotional he was and how he was able to do this with most of the players at NIU the whole time. They have some transfers, but for a team that's not transfer portal dependent, it was a very emotional speech that he gave after that Notre Dame game.
No, like you said, that's just the kind of guy that he is. He coaches with his heart on his sleeve, and that just kind of goes to show you the kind of team that NIU is. And I think that also could potentially be some of the part of the reason they have all these highs and lows, is when you're playing with so much emotion, sometimes that can kind of clout your play style a little bit and can lead to almost too much aggression. So we'll see if we get the good NIU tonight, like I mentioned previously, or the one that maybe comes out with a little too much fire and a little too much aggression and isn't able to quite control it.
One unit for the Husky team that has been consistent all season long has been their defense. 7th in college football in total defense, only giving up 284 yards per game, and 16th in the country in scoring defense. Secondary doing very well, giving up around 170 passing yards a game. And the trenches very good as well, especially on the defensive line. 28 sacks on the season, Sean. That's top 20 in FBS and most in the MAC. So very good performance there.
This is
the Husky defense.
No, absolutely. This is going to be probably the biggest test of the season outside of the Notre Dame game, actually, that this RedHawks squad is going to have in terms of defensive lines that they're going to have to face. This is a very, very deep defensive line and one that has a lot of athleticism on it. Top to bottom, it probably is the most complete defensive line in the Mid-American. And as a result, it's a very veteran offensive line. Over 120 career starts combined between the team. But that doesn't mean that they're not good, though. I mean, it's good. So that's going to be a really big matchup. Is in the trenches on the defensive line for NIU and Miami's offensive line, which really could be something we're going to need to keep an eye on here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Husky defense also very good on third down. Opponents only converting around 26% on their third down attempts. That's second best in FBS. Only Utah is ahead of the Huskies. Last storyline for NIU. We mentioned it earlier. The one constant you can rely for this NIU team is them being inconsistent.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mentioned it earlier. After beating Notre Dame in South Bend, they had a bye week. A lot of talk. You saw live interviews with Thomas Hammock around the country, as deservingly so. Good opportunity to showcase your program. Makes a lot of sense to me. But they did lose their next game at home against Buffalo, and then obviously very talented team. Sean, they beat Bowling Green, which is their only conference loss on the season. But then they lost back-to-back games to Toledo and Ball State. And I mentioned the pattern earlier, being 2 games on and 2 games off. Just the Huskies really struggled this season to find consistency week to week.
Yeah, I think that like you just mentioned, it's not just like 2 games on, 2 games off, like you did mention, but it's the bizarreness of the way of the teams they're losing to, because it's like, well, Bowling Green, like you said, could arguably, if they don't lose to NIU, they're an undefeated team and have already clinched a berth in the conference championship after tonight, with a win. But at the same time, this is a team that also lost to Ball State, who has only one other conference win, and that came against Kent State. So it's like, like I mentioned before, it's like Jekyll and Hyde. Which one are you going to see tonight? And that's certainly something we want to keep an eye on here for tonight's game.
And it's definitely been a weakness for Thomas Hammock throughout the years. Last year, winning at Boston College the first game of the season, and then next week losing to FCS Southern Illinois at home the next week.
Yeah.
Something you don't often see in college football.
No.
We'll take a quick break, and then after, we'll bring you scores from across the Mid-American Conference on this MACtion Tuesday, and also preview games across the top 25 this weekend. All that and more coming up. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio.
Welcome back to Red Hawk Radio's pregame show. I'm Sean Wiesemann here with Bryan Miller. We're going to go over some scores real quick. First off, in the Mid-American, Akron up 10-7 on Kent State early at the end of the first quarter there. Akron driving in Kent State territory in that one. We'll keep an eye on that as the two teams are going to battle for the rubber tire. And then Western Michigan versus Central Michigan, that game a little about 3 minutes into that one. Zeros on the board for those two teams. Obviously, NIU Miami play in about 15 minutes or so, and then Buffalo, Eastern Michigan will be the Wednesday game, and then Ohio, Toledo, which could potentially be for a chance in the Mid-American Championship, the other game in Wednesday, and then Saturday will be a Ball State Bowling Green, with Bowling Green having a potential chance with some upsets here tonight to clinch a share of the Mid-American Championship and a berth into the Mid-American.
Certainly a lot of interesting scenarios with the lack of divisions beginning this year for the MAC, and you see that in a bunch of other conferences as well. In the top 25 this week begins on Friday night. Newly ranked, the UNLV Rebels, ranked 24th now, taking on San Jose State, who gave the Boise State Broncos quite a scare last week, going up 14-0 to start off that one. Biggest matchup of the weekend, Sean, happening in Columbus, Ohio.
Yes.
The number 5 ranked Indiana Hoosiers taking on the second-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes. Could be quite a statement game for each of those squads. Also, Ole Miss heading to Florida in the 12 o'clock slate, as well as SMU looking for a chance to clinch a spot in the ACC championship game in their first season in the conference, heading to Virginia at 12 o'clock. 3:30, Texas looking to continue their strong season. They take on Kentucky at home at 3:30. Also at 3:30, number 4, Penn State heading to Minnesota. And a Big 12 battle, number 14, BYU, off a loss last week to Kansas, taking on the 21st ranked Arizona State Sun Devils, who really dominated Kansas State last week in their house. And also at 3:30, number 16, Colorado, a short favorite at Kansas. That one in Kansas City. The Jayhawks looking to play spoiler in the Big 12 for the second straight week, looking to topple the Buffaloes. At night, another game in a baseball stadium, this time in the Bronx, at Yankee Stadium. 19th ranked Army Black Knights taking on the 6th ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish. A huge game for the college football playoff. I don't think most people would have guessed that in the beginning of the season. Number 12, Boise State heading to Wyoming, also at 7. Alabama heading to Oklahoma at 7:30. Texas A&M only a 2.5-point favorite heading to Auburn. And number 22, Iowa State, looking to end their cold streak and beat Utah in their house, facing the 4-6 Utes. Moving on to some players to watch in tonight's matchup between the Northern Illinois Huskies and Miami RedHawks, beginning with the Husky quarterback, Ethan Hampton. His first year as a full-time starter. He's backed up Rocky Lombardi the previous 3 seasons. Lombardi, by the way, former Michigan State Spartan, really felt like he's played college football for like a decade.
Yeah,
Sean.
seriously.
It's kind of weird not seeing him out there.
I'm with you.
Hampton got hurt during the game at Bowling Green. Missed most of that game, the Toledo game, and some of the Ball State game, but did come back in. So far this season, completion percentage just under 60%, a little over 1,300 yards, 12 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. But, as I mentioned earlier, the Huskies really led by their running backs, and even with Ontario Brown out tonight, Gavin Williams has really stepped up in his place. The transfer for Iowa, just over 600 yards on the season, really brings an interesting dynamic for the Huskies. They really haven't missed a step with Brown out.
No, they really haven't, and that's something that we're going to need to keep an eye on, obviously, is that run game for Northern Illinois versus the very stout run defense of the RedHawks.
Absolutely will be a matchup to look out for. On the defensive end, the headliner for their very good and veteran defensive line is Devontae O'Malley, a 6'2", 293-pound senior from Illinois. This season, 32 tackles and 7 sacks, second in the MAC, and only a half sack away from the lead. 8.5 TFLs, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery. Has the most sacks for an NIU Husky since 2018. Had 2 sacks and a forced fumble in the win at Notre Dame. Was named the National Defensive Player of the Week, so certainly a presence on the middle of the Husky D line. For the Miami RedHawks, led by their quarterback Brett Gabbert, just over 56% completion percentage on the season, a little over 2,000 yards, 18 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. And we mentioned it earlier, Sean, has really improved since MAC play began.
Absolutely. I mean, 15-to-1 touchdown ratio since the Mid-American Conference play has started. That's about as good as it gets. Second in touchdown interception ratio in the MAC during conference play.
And hasn't thrown an interception in 100 passes, the second longest stretch of his career. Although I will add, Sean, he got very lucky that streak is continuing after last week.
Yes, massive dropped interception against Kent State last week. That probably should have been picked, but nevertheless, the streak continues.
Well, that's why they play defense.
Exactly.
That's why they're not receivers.
Exactly.
And then the 1-2 punch of Gabbert and Keon Mosey has been deadly for the RedHawks this season. We've been talking about Mosey seemingly this whole broadcast, it feels like, but he is very deserving of it. Just 60 yards in his first 3 games this season, but has ran for 100 plus in 6 of the last 7.
And you know, Brian, the last guy who did that, by the way, had his jersey number retired.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah,
Pretty
that's
good
Travis
stuff.
Prentice
Yep.
for the folks counting at home.
Number
Yeah,
41, right next to Big Ben under the scoreboard here.
Yeah, pretty good stretch that Keon Mosey's having for the RedHawks.
Absolutely. And on the defense, very veteran-led, as we've mentioned before. Ty Wise, a good game last week, had 5 tackles, 1 sack, couple TFLs, and 1 forced fumble. Doesn't quite have the numbers they had last season, but can really make an impact in these last couple of games. And then we have to end with Matt Salopek.
Absolutely.
Having another career season, 86 tackles on the year, 3 INTs. How often do you see 3 interceptions from a linebacker, Sean?
The last guy I can think of to do that off the top of my head was Logan Wilson for the Cincinnati Bengals, if that tells you the kind of season that Matt Salopek is having from the linebacker position.
The tackling machine, 478 of them throughout his career, ranked 7th in program history. On the injury front for both teams, a couple key injuries. We mentioned Antonio Brown, the running back for NIU, will be out this week, but I don't anticipate that being a huge loss for the Huskies. They have been able to do a good job. And a couple of other injuries in Marion Knighton, a defensive back, out, so their depth will be tested on the outside. And offensive lineman Evan Buss, the right tackle, is questionable for today's game. And I will also add, Sean, his backup, Thomas Posh, is out today. So
It'll be a banged-up right side of the offensive line for sure.
we'll see if Miami is able to exploit that. Miami been relatively healthy all season long.
Yeah.
Last week, Cade McDonald and Rayon Strader out, but Strader good to go, and McDonald listed as questionable. You'd imagine he'd be playing here tonight. Although one key injury to look out for is left guard John Young. Quite a lot of starts for the Kentucky transfer. Listed as questionable. If he is hobbled, not ready to go, especially against this defensive line, could be a big difference in this game.
Absolutely. You want that offensive line fully healthy, especially against a very deep and very experienced defensive line from NIU.
The keys to the game today, we got 3 of them. First one, pretty big, strength on strength. We talked about Miami's running game and how they have really improved throughout the season. But NIU, their defensive line has been very stout. NIU has not allowed any player to have a 100 or more yard rushing performance this season. In Miami, 6-0 when Mosey runs for 100 or more yards.
Something's got to give tonight, Brian.
Something's got to give. We'll see what happens. Another thing I'm interested in seeing, Sean, is if the RedHawks could spread the wealth around in the passing game. 3 RedHawk receivers have over 500 yards on the season, Virgil, Tracy, and McDonald. But on the other side, some of the NIU DBs have had a very good season. Their secondary only allowing 170 yards per game. And we mentioned it earlier, Gabbert has done much better at protecting the football, not throwing an interception in 100 attempts. If he's able to protect the football, it should be a good night for the RedHawks.
I'd also add to that too, Brian, that the health of Cade McDonald could also be a big factor tonight, given the fact that there's, so much in the secondary to contend with for on NIU's defense that it would be very helpful for them to have as much talent at the wide receiver position as they possibly can tonight.
And last key to the game is special teams. That has been a little bit of an issue for NIU. They've had 6 kicks or punts blocked this season, including a blocked punt last week. But they have been clutch this season with some field goals. Cannon, Woodell, hitting the game winner at Notre Dame and hitting the game-leading field goal at Ball State with 15 seconds left, although Ball State was able to drive down the field and win that game. And Sean, another great performance for Miami kicking this season. Dom Jobin, 20 for 23 on field goals this season, has made all but one extra point and named to the Lou Groza semifinal list today.
I think that's interesting, too, given that a kicker who absconded from Oxford last season is not on that semifinalist list. So certainly good to see that Dom Jobin continuing the legacy.
Certainly a good performance from him. Kickoff, a couple minutes away. Should be a good battle between the RedHawks and Huskies. Short point spread today. Should be a battle for both of these teams. Miami's got to have this one in order to get back to Detroit. Kickoff coming up next. Poley and Gavin Stark on the call after this quick break. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio.
For one final time at Yager Stadium in 2024, the Miami RedHawks are in action for some midweek action. The RedHawks host their home finale of the 2024 regular season against an upset-minded Northern Illinois team. They've already beaten a top 5 foe this year and looking to keep their foot in the race in the Mid-American Conference Championship conversation. Currently on the outside looking in, they need some serious help, but Miami, on the other hand, hoping to take care of business and get back to Detroit to defend their title. The RedHawks win this week and next, they will be in for the second straight year. Alongside Gavin Stark, Poley with you. So glad you're with us on this Tuesday night for some midweek action. Miami has won 5 in a row for Northern Illinois after the thrilling win over Notre Dame. The Huskies came back down to earth a little bit. An overtime loss to Buffalo in their MAC opener. They are now 3-3 in the MAC to this point. Bowl eligible once again after a really back and forth tenure under 6th-year head coach Thomas Hammock. But still a chance to potentially make their way to Detroit if they get all kinds of help. And looking to at least pick up win number 7 and spoil Miami's hopes here tonight.
Yeah, Luke, they're definitely going to need this one to start it off here.
Northern Illinois has deferred their option to the second half after winning the toss. Ball in the air, kicked right to left and received by Miami's Kevin Davis at his own 4-yard line. Davis cuts it to the near side. Davis gets outside the 25, still going, dragging 2 defenders on his back. And Davis is finally wrestled down inside the near hash at the 28-yard line. And that is where the Red Hawk offense will start off 1st and 10. Miami is in the all-red uniforms, red helmets, red tops and red bottoms with white numbers on the front and back for Northern Illinois on the road. Black helmets with NIU and white text along the side, white jerseys and black bottoms. Brett Gabbert in the offense out for Miami, coming off a 34-7 thumping of Kent State on this field 6 days ago. Gabbert motions Javon Tracy from the far slot to the near slot. He's got 2 wide either side, fakes the hand on 1st down, slings near side, complete to Tracy on the numbers at the 40, turning around, scampering for a few more yards. Javon Tracy brought down at the 43-yard line, a gain of 15 and a Miami 1st down on the first play from scrimmage.
Javon Tracy did a great job there, just finding that gap in that offense and in that defense, and just exploding right there. Brett Gabbert finds him right away.
4 receptions, 70 yards, and a touchdown last week for the redshirt sophomore out of Indianapolis. Touchdowns in 6 of his last 7 games for Javon Tracy. 3 wide to the left, 1 to the right for Brett Gabbert. He's got Keon Mosey standing tall to his right in the backfield. Again, Tracy motions from the far slot to the near side. High snap handled by Gabbert. Play fake again, throws near side. It is brought in at the sticks by Reggie Virgil, who won the hand fight against Javon Bird, the top corner for NIU. Virgil brings that in as he's going to the ground out to the 46-yard line of the Huskies, and the RedHawks are across midfield. It's another Miami first down, 72 seconds into this one.
Reggie Virgil just one of those guys that's just sneaky with the physicality and with his size. I mean, those hands are just amazing, and he really does a great job there showing that.
Ball on the right hash, Miami taking it left to right, 3 wide to the left, nobody right for Gabbert. Gabbert takes the snap, looking to throw, has time, down the middle, wide open, the catch made, cutting it to the near side, inside the 30-yard line, Virgil with another big pickup.
Miami just came out here right away, and they just want to throw it. It's obvious. Chuck Martin wants to throw this ball all day long, and wow, I mean, it's been an impressive start here. I was expecting to see some Keon Mosey maybe to begin the game with his explosiveness in the second half of the season, but Brett Gabbert's just throwing the rock right now, and it's looking amazing out there.
Gain of 16 to the NIU 30. Miami facing off against the top overall and rushing defense in the MAC. Brett Gabbert having no issues thus far. Gabbert out of the gun. His heels on the 36-yard line, ball inside the 30-yard line of NIU. Takes the snap, handoff left for Mosey, finds a wrinkle, spins away, but now 3 more men collapse on him, and he is brought down onto his back. They'll give him forward progress to the line of scrimmage. No gain for Mosey, coming off a career-high 198 yards and a touchdown last week. Mosey goes nowhere that time. Ball shifts to the left hash. It's 2nd and 10. Clock rolling with 12:20 and counting to go. Opening quarter on the first drive of the game. We are scoreless between Miami and NIU as the RedHawks look to win their 6th straight game.
Yeah, that last play, Northern Illinois just did a great job containing the outside. Keon Mosey had nowhere to go.
1 to the right, 2 stacked to the left. Gabbert takes the snap, fakes the hand, throws near side in one-on-one and overshot Javon Tracy towards the sideline. He was working one-on-one with Javon Bird and just couldn't pry free with some hand fighting. Ball a little bit out of the intended area for Tracy. 3rd down and 10 coming up for Miami with the clock halted at 11:58 to go in the first quarter. From the far hash, Miami working it left to right. RedHawks have 5 wide, 3 to the right and 2 to the left for Gabbert. Furthest wide out left is the tight end Jack Colnier. Gabbert takes the snap, 4-man rush, swing out to the near side, caught by Kevin Davis out of the backfield to the exterior, dragged down by his shoelaces. Inside the 25-yard line to the 23.
Yeah, Kevin Davis has just been that receiving back all season with Miami RedHawks. He's just been amazing outside of the backfield and just kind of the speedy, quick guy like the rest of these backs here in Miami.
Tackle made on the play by Nate Valcarcel for NIU, and it's 4th and 3. The RedHawks send out the field goal unit. Freshly named today, Lou Groza semifinalist Dom Jobin from the left hash will attempt this field goal from 41 yards away. Snap and hold clean. Kick has got plenty of leg, and it is no good. He yanked it to the left.
It's unfortunate that this drive kind of stalled there at the 30-yard line, and that was a great start for Miami. They really looked well throwing the ball to begin this game, and kind of an unfortunate end to it, but I think you got a lot to build off of there.
So the RedHawks march into NIU territory but are unable to score on their first drive. It'll be Husky football on their own 23-yard line with 11:22 to go in the first quarter as we've reached a timeout on the field. No score in the Mallory Cup game. It's Miami and NIU. It's some midweek action from Yager Stadium, and you're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 4:11:22 to go, opening quarter. It's Miami 0 and Northern Illinois 0. First possession of the game for the Huskies after the missed 41-yard field goal from Dom Jobin. Promising first drive for the RedHawks stalls short of the end zone, and the long field goal try for the Lou Groza semi-finalist. Dom Jobin hooked wide left. We stay scoreless after the drive that saw Brett Gabbert go 4 for 5 for 49 yards through the air. Miami comes up without points. So this NIU offense will start out in the pistol formation with Hampton taking the snap, handing off on first down, down the right side. A pretty good-sized gain down to the 30-yard line for Gavin Williams. The number 2 back and former Iowa Hawkeye picks up 7 on first down. Corbin Hundrew makes the tackle for Miami at 2nd and 3.
Yeah, Northern Illinois' O-line just kind of made that huge hole there for Gavin Williams. Pretty simple, 7-yard gain there.
Northern Illinois does not throw the ball much. They are the best rushing attack by yardage in the MAC. Out of the shotgun, play fake for Hampton, rolling to the far side. Agu hot on his tail, throwing it into the bench. Hampton fires it incomplete, and he took a shot on the end of that. Bryan Agu got to him in the backfield. He had a sack last week and hurried the quarterback there to force the incompletion. Ball between the hashes with NIU working it right to left. It is 3rd down and 3 for the Huskies. On the season, NIU 47.8 rather on 3rd down. That is 2nd best in the Mid-American Conference. Shotgun formation, twin stack to the far side, nobody near side. 2 men in the backfield for Hampton. Now another receiver motion out wide right. They've got trips there. Hampton takes the snap, rolls right, throws right, complete at the sticks. And McElroy heads out of bounds for a first down after a gain out to the 35-yard line. He gets 5 on 3rd and 3. Silas Walters forced him out, but a little bit of a pick play there near the sticks for the Huskies, and plenty for the first.
Yeah, that's a great throw there by Hampton on the run.
So now bunch formation, just 1 man out wide to the right, and Hampton will go under center. 1st and 10 from the Husky 35 for NIU. Rudolph now motioned from left to right, now right to left. They took the snap and handed it to him, but whistles come in as well as flags as the snap was coming through. And we'll hear from William Williams, our Mid-American Conference referee. It is a false start. That will back Northern Illinois up behind the sticks. It's actually on the fullback, Brock Lampy. And so it is 1st and 15 now for the Huskies from their own 30-yard line. Ball on the right hash, 10-11 to go, opening quarter. Clock moving once again. Huskies on their own 30-yard line. First offensive drive of the game for NIU on the road. Shotgun formation. Hampton takes the snap. Throws to the right side, caught underneath towards the edge. Williams brought down short of the initial sticks to the 34-yard line. Tripped up after a gain of 4, 2nd and 11 coming up for the Huskies. So we've seen a couple touches already for Gavin Williams. Gets involved in both the passing game and rushing game for NIU. And the number 2 tailback the last couple of seasons for the Huskies. 3 wide to the left, nobody right with the ball on the right hash for the Huskies. Hampton takes the snap, fakes the run to Johnson, now in trouble. He will step to the far side and throw it away, incomplete. Nazir Washington got in his face. Miami pleading for a potential intentional grounding call, but Hampton might have just barely escaped the tackle box there and got that past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it looked like he was just outside of that tackle box there. Close for sure.
So this will bring up another 3rd down for NIU. They're 1 for 1 today, but this time a whole lot longer. It was 3rd and 3 their first time out. Now it's 3rd and 11 from their own 34. 9:14 to go, first quarter. 3 wide to the left, 1 spread right for the Huskies. Ball on the right hash, out of the gun. Hampton takes the snap, sets his feet, now in trouble, throws to the far side with a flag in. Pass is caught. Juke move made by Williams, fighting to the sticks. He got close, but he is a yard short of the initial sticks. Wow, Hampton looked like he was for sure going to get sacked there. Somehow got rid of that. He is meanwhile down. Flag came in before he threw the football for the moment, it goes down as a 10-yard gain to set up a 4th and 1. This may not stand, though, with the flag. And also, most importantly for NIU, Hampton is down and receiving medical attention.
I don't know how Ethan Hampton got that ball off there. Wow, that was amazing.
It was kind of a jump throw. He
Yeah.
didn't really have his feet set. There were probably 4 RedHawks on really all sides of him, and he was rolling to the near side.
I mean, it looked like he was for sure stuck back there and getting sacked, and it was going to be turnover or 4th down. I mean, that was unbelievable. That was.
The penalty, meanwhile, is a personal foul against Northern Illinois. So this brings up an interesting situation for Miami because it could potentially be as Hampton is helped to his feet, and he's currently walking off under his own power with the medical staff guiding him. It could either be a 4th and 1, but NIU's inching towards midfield at their own 44, a 4th and 1 that they'd maybe consider going for, or you could make it 3rd and 26, and Chuck Martin is going to accept the penalty. So that will make it 3rd and 26, and now backup quarterback and Josh Holst into the game for the Huskies.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision there. I mean, you got a backup quarterback coming in, and that run game's pretty well for Northern Illinois, so I like my chances. I think Chuck Martin made the right decision there for sure.
Holst hasn't played since the game against Ball State. Didn't appear last week. 3rd and 26 from the Husky 19. 2 receivers either side. Holst takes the snap. It's a handoff from the shotgun up the middle, out to the 26-yard line. It is not enough for Gavin Williams, and NIU will be forced to punt this ball away after the gain of 6. Matt Salopek, the defending MAC DPOY, made the stop for Miami. Tom Poley in the punt unit out for NIU.
That Miami defensive pass rush was just outstanding that possession. I mean, they really were the changer there.
High side spiraling kick sends Kevin Davis way to the far side of the field. He makes the catch over his shoulder. Fair catch made at the 28-yard line of Miami, and that is where the RedHawks will start. They'll mark it actually at the 29. 1st and 10 for the Miami offense. Silas Walters looked like he got torn down there. He's complaining to the officials. The RedHawks got pretty good rush in to potentially block that punt, but NIU gets it off, and the RedHawks will go back to the drawing board with their offense. 8:18 to go, first quarter. We'll step aside with no score in the Mallory Cup between Miami and Northern Illinois. Red Hawk ball when we come back. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 8:18 to go, first quarter. Miami 0, Northern Illinois 0 in the final midweek action game of the season for the RedHawks. Next time they'll be in action is a noon kick on Black Friday next week against the Bowling Green Falcons. RedHawk offense returns to the field after forcing the punt. NIU converted 1 third down, but unable to do so twice. RedHawks have the ball now from their own 29-yard line. Brett Gabbert looked very solid, and the RedHawks were airing the ball all over the yard on their first drive. 4 for 5 through the air for 49 yards. Just one rushing attempt on the initial drive to Keon Mosey. It went nowhere. For the RedHawks, Gabbert's out of the gun. He's got 3 wide left and 1 wide to the right. Takes the snap, hands it off to the left, countering to the far side. Keon Mosey off the tackle, gets to the edge, and he is shoved out of bounds at around the 33, 34-yard line.
Great job by Keon Mosey there, getting outside and getting some speed out there. That guy, he's so fast. If he can just get outside and get some blocks, it's a scary sight.
Javon Bird forced him out after a 5-yard pickup to the 34. It's 2nd and 5 for the RedHawks. Same formation for Miami. Gabbert out of the gun. Toes on the left hash, with the RedHawks taking it left to right. Gabbert crouches down, he'll shift the formation. All the receivers stutter a little bit left. Gabbert claps, takes the snap, looking deep, throwing deep, hoping for Perry, and he leaps up, it's batted away. Oh, Cam Perry in one-on-one got 2 hands to that football, and at the last minute it was jarred away by Deshaun Prophet for Northern Illinois. Nearly a heck of a grab for the Indiana transfer Cam Perry. Instead, it's incomplete. And rarely now it's 3rd and 5 for Miami after the incompletion. They're going to go hurry up. Miami's right back to the line. 3rd down and 5. 5 wide for Gabbert. Clapping his hands once, twice, 3 times. Now he looks to the sideline, holding his hand up to his ear. He's making eye contact with Chuck Martin. There looks to be some confusion. 6 on the play clock. Gabbert barking orders. Couple of the receivers shifting spots a little bit, but formation remains largely the same. Gabbert takes the snap on 3rd down, throwing far side. It is incomplete. There was some contact, but it still flew through the hands of the tight end, Jack Coldiron. And the RedHawks go 3 and out. They'll be forced to punt this 1 second past the halfway mark of the first quarter in a scoreless ball game.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to seen a timeout there by Chuck Martin. I mean, kind of looked like confusion. They wanted to go fast, and then they didn't know what they were doing for a second. I don't know. It kind of seemed like a good time for a timeout there.
So the punt team out for Miami. And Alec Bevelheimer's kick is a low line drive that spirals inside the 30. It will not be touched by Partridge for Northern Illinois. It keeps going all the way to the 19-yard line. This Northern Illinois return game is very, very dangerous, and the RedHawks kick it away from them there. And will force the Huskies inside their own 20. Touched up at the 19, where NIU will start their next offensive drive when we come back. 7:18 remaining first quarter here from Yager Stadium. It's Miami 0 and Northern Illinois 0. We're back after this. You're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. 7:18 to go, first quarter from Yager Stadium. Midweek action on this Tuesday night. Alongside Gavin Stark, Poley with you. Thanks so much for tuning in. Pretty solid midweek crowd, especially for the late 8 o'clock kick. It's certainly better than it was last week, in part due to weather. It is beautiful out here in Oxford. Temperature is in the 60-degree range and clear skies after we thought pretty much from last Wednesday on we were going to get rain tonight. Instead, the rain came earlier this morning, and it's been great in Oxford since. Northern Illinois got the ball for their second offensive drive of the game. We are scoreless, and the Huskies have it from their own 19-yard line. They'll take it right to left from the left hash in a bunch formation with one island receiver left, and out of the pistol. Snap taken by Hampton and a handoff right. Williams bursts through the original line and gets out near the 25-yard line. 6 yards on the carry. Rather, it's Jalen Poe. Did not attempt a rush last week. Most of those touches went to Telly Johnson, who we have not seen take a touch tonight despite being on the depth chart. Got a little banged up last week for the Huskies. 2nd and 4 coming up for a Husky offense, by the way, re-led by Ethan Hampton, who exited that last drive after taking a hit. He's back out there as the Husky quarterback. Shotgun formation, motion from left to right. Tight end joins the right side of the line. Hampton play action with time. He'll throw out wide to the right. It is brought in and leaning towards the line. The ball carrier stopped short. It is Telly Johnson getting his first touch of the night for the Huskies.
Yeah,
but Ty Wise made the stop 3 yards short.
Yeah, interesting to see him come in so late into the game. You would think he would have been starting the game off. I mean, he's been a great running back in these last 4 games. He's been explosive and a young star, you could say.
Back-to-back 100-yard rushing weeks for the freshman out of Augusta, Georgia. But as mentioned, he was listed atop the depth chart, did not get any touches on the first 2 drives. 3rd and 3 for the Huskies. Trips right, nobody left. And now motion brings Andrew McElroy into the backfield. Hampton takes the snap, rolling left, directing traffic downfield, sails it high in the air and into the Miami bench, incomplete. Matt Salopek providing the pressure for the RedHawks, and he got to Hampton right before he got rid of that football. It is 4th down, and the Huskies again will punt.
Once again, that pass rush is just making a difference. It really is bothering Northern Illinois. I don't think they expected this.
It's interesting to see, too, Johnson just getting his first touch, but the game plan looks a little different than we thought for this Husky team. They're going to move the ball from the left hash to the right hash as Kevin Davis awaits at his own 33-yard line to receive this punt. But for NIU, we expected to see pretty run-heavy approach so far, and we've actually seen a fair amount of dropbacks from Hampton. Regardless, the punt from Foley high in the air, and Davis shuffling to his left makes the catch right as he heads out of bounds at around the 31-yard line.
Looked about the same punt as last time, same spot around that 30-yard line towards the Northern Illinois sideline. So
43-yard boot from Tom Foley, and the RedHawks will have it at the 31 with 5:36 to go on their own half of the field. First quarter, looking to break the ice in a scoreless game. Brett Gabbert 4 for 7, although he was 0 for 2 on that last drive. He's got 2 receivers tight to the formation right, 1 tight left, ball in the left hash. Gabbert out of the shotgun, claps his hands once with the arm sleeve on. We get some movement up front, flag in. RedHawks are cheering, and the fans are as well, thinking this will move them 5 yards up. It is an offside on Roy Williams, the defensive end for Northern Illinois. And that will push the RedHawks up to the 36-yard line as Gabbert went a little bit hard county there. And we saw on replay the jump by Williams into the left side of Miami's offensive line. RedHawks stick with the same formation. Gabbert out of the gun on 1st and 5. Holds his hands in front of his face mask, clapping, and now spreading his hands out wide. Gabbert takes the snap, looking right, throwing down the middle. It is brought in by Cold Iron on the center logo. He's whipped down at the 49-yard line, but a 13-yard gain for Jack Cold Iron, who had just 1 catch for 5 yards last week. The tight end getting some early action with his second target That brings the RedHawks just a yard short of midfield and another first down.
Yeah, Jack Codiron did a great job there, kind of finding out where that defense was, sitting in the middle, found the open spot, and just stayed there, and Gabbert found him right away.
3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Ball between the 2 hashes on the center M here at Yager Stadium. Andre Johnson motions from the left slot to the right slot. Gabbert takes a high snap, and he hands it off to the right, shuffling. Kevin Davis dodges an initial tackle, and he's brought down from behind at around the 45-yard line. They'll mark him at the 46 after a gain of 5, 2nd and 5 for the RedHawks. Kevin Davis, a dual threat guy. We saw him kind of get back to that last week after the RedHawks neglected to use him a little bit since MAC play started. He was the top receiving back last season and getting some action both through the air and on the ground over the last couple weeks now. 2nd and 5 for the RedHawks, 2 wide to the left and 2 to the right. Ball's on the right hash. Miami's taking it left to right, 4:10 to go first quarter. Gabbert takes the snap, looks to throw, finds Davis near side, tiptoeing the sideline and scampering out of bounds for a first down. He's forced out by Jacob Finley after a gain of 9 to the NIU 37. As we move under 4 minutes to play in the first, it's a Miami first down.
I really like how they're using Kevin Davis. Last week I liked how they kind of sprinkled him in a little bit. He's that explosive player, and he's really great when he comes off as a second running back. I mean, he's, like I said, he's explosive. He really brings that intensity, and I like him coming out.
Had a touchdown last week in the 34-7 win over Kent State. Twins on both sides for Gabbert. Still out of the shotgun. Now Tracy motioning from left to right. RedHawks fake the run. Gabbert shoots it down the far hash. It's brought in. Leaping grab, Javon Tracy. He's marked down at the 11-yard line after a pickup of 26.
Javon Tracy might have some of the best hands in the MAC, if not the best. We've seen some phenomenal catches this year from him. That Central Michigan catch, he had that one-handed one. I mean, once again, Javon Tracy with a great catch there and a great throw by Brett Gabbert.
Vacuuming in that bullet of a throw from Gabbert for a 26-yard pickup. 3 receivers spread to the right, 1 to the left. Ball on the left hash. Miami driving here with under 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. Gabbert didn't like the look, and he's going to signal for a timeout. There was some late panic, it looked like, for the Miami quarterback trying to direct traffic in front of him, and the RedHawks will call their first timeout of the half with 2:40 to go in our opening quarter of play. Miami looking to score first as it's 0-0 in the Mallory Cup game, which honors a head coach that coached for both the RedHawks and the Huskies. Coach Mallory, a member of the Miami Cradle of Coaches.
Yeah, it looked like Tracy and Virgil was kind of confused there. They tried to motion Virgil out, and he just kind of was still confused. So I think that's a great timeout there by Brett Gabbert. That's that leadership that he has, being a 6-year senior. I mean, great timeout there.
Gabbert hit 10,000 career passing yards last week in his 6th season as Miami's starting quarterback. Only a couple others have done that all-time. Gabbert 3rd on Miami's all-time passing list behind Zach Dysert and Ben Roethlisberger. 3 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Tracy motions from slot to slot, now positioned tight to the left side of the line. Gabbert takes the snap, looking down the middle to throw, fires that direction, incomplete. Receiver goes down and a flag in. It was intended for Tracy. He was contacted as he hit the break in his route, and down he went. That ball probably would have hit him square in the chest, and he stayed on his feet.
Yeah, that was a great throw there by Gabbert. I mean, he just looks so confident right now. He's just throwing the ball so well. It's a real treat to watch.
Santana Banner called for the penalty. It's pass interference in the end zone. Automatic first down for Miami, and the ball placed at the 2-yard line of Northern Illinois. 2:36 to go first quarter. The RedHawks with a rare huddle here as Miami will make their way up to the line. Gabbert working out of the pistol. Big boys up front for Northern Illinois. They've got 7 on the line of scrimmage. Handoff goes up the middle to Dylan Downing. The power back for Miami. Bashes into the end zone for a RedHawk touchdown.
That right there is a Chuck Martin football right there. You know what they're going to do, and they still do it. That's Chuck Martin football.
running it down the throat of the max. Best run defense, a 2-yard rushing TD for Dylan Downing, the Purdue transfer. And with 2:31 to go in the first, Miami has opened the scoring at 6-0. Dom Jobin is on for the PAT for the RedHawks. Missed a field goal from 41 to this end of the stadium earlier, but he drives this one through on the point after try. And with 2:31 to go, the RedHawks now lead Northern Illinois 7-0 with time left in this first quarter. Really strong drive there. Gavin, Brett Gabbert looks supremely confident, and for a guy that completed under 50% of his passes last week and really relied on some bigger plays, you love to see the RedHawks just march down the field like that with chunk play after chunk play.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked like that first drive again, but they were able to capitalize. They were that penalty in the end zone on Javon Tracy. I mean, that really helped. But yeah, like you were saying, Gabbert just looks super confident, a lot better than last week, and they have a better start than last week as well. I mean, at fumble, at giving Kent State the first score. I mean, definitely had a lot to do with that game. But yeah, Brett Gabbert looks great, and this offense looks amazing. Blocking well, receivers are doing great, getting open, and the run game looks pretty good too.
Gabbert 7 for 10 through the air for 97 yards to begin the game. On the ground, just 12 yards for Miami, but they got 2 important ones to cap off that drive. Kellen McLaughlin blasts this kick 4 yards deep into the end zone, and it will be fair caught and not returned. Going to be very, very crucial tonight for McLaughlin as Miami's kickoff specialist to hold off this return game that is the best in the MAC at 27.2 yards per return for this NIU kickoff unit. If you're Miami, you'll absolutely take the touchback there as the Huskies start at their own 25-yard line. Ball will move to the left hash, and for NIU, they're going to come out in Wildcat, it appears here, with Williams serving as the quarterback. It's been the feature back in this game. Miami stacks the box, and a fake handoff heading to the right side. Now it is Rudolph, the ball carrier. He actually took the snap and faked the hand, got all the way up the right seam to the 34-yard line. On his own half of the field, a 9-yard gain for Trayvon Rudolph, who had just 9 total yards last week. Silas Walters stopped him a yard short of the line to gain.
Yeah, that's exactly what Northern Illinois needed to start out this drive. They needed a play like that, and that's a great play call in my opinion. Kind of shocking that Miami defense and confusing them a little.
Hampton back into the game at QB, just one receiver, put out left. Play fake and throw that way, it's broken up. Welcome back to the lineup, Rayon Strader, who batted that one away. Didn't play in the game last week. Chuck Martin said midweek he was hopeful that his top corner would be back in the lineup tonight. He was available, and the freshman All-American last season with a pass breakup. That's become routine for Strader this season. It's now 3rd down and 1 for the Huskies.
What a closeout there by Strader. I mean, what a play. This dude has just made plays and plays since he has stepped on this campus.
Single back and everybody up front. Huskies will sneak it, and the push forward marked right at the line to gain. Ethan Hampton keeps, and as they unpack the pile, it initially appears he's got enough for the first down. And official signal, yes. Got about 1.5 yards, needed 1. And NIU moves the chains down to the 35-yard line.
Yeah, and that's exactly why NIU threw the ball there on 2nd down. They knew they could get it on 3rd down. So I do like that play call there, and easy conversion there on 3rd down.
Clock will approach a minute to play in the first quarter. It's Miami 7, NIU 0. Huskies have it, taking it right to left from the right hash on their own 35. One receiver on either side. Tight end motioned out left, out of the gun. Rudolph fakes the hand, rolls out left. Now will tuck back inside and run, and he gets crunched a yard past the line of scrimmage. Matt Salopek stood him up at the 36-yard line after a 1-yard pickup. 2nd and 9 from between the hashes for NIU.
How good has Salopek been to start out this game? I mean, he's been the difference maker on his defense.
Couple solo tackles already for another 6th-year returner for Miami.
He's the leader of this defense, and he really he shows it game in and game out, and he's really shown it tonight.
4 receivers out to the right. Throw that direction, nearly intercepted by Wise. Instead, it finds the ball carrier, who is smothered.
At first, that Miami defense looked confused, and then it looked like they were going to make a play there, almost a pick 6.
It was Jalen Poe that caught the ball. Silas Walters tackled him for a 1-yard loss, but a risky screen play out to the far side, as that'll run the timeout on the first quarter. Ty Wise nearly jumped that route, and he would have had a clear path to the end zone had he got his hands on that football. Instead, just a negative play, which you'll take if you're Northern Illinois, and that will bring us to the end of the first quarter. They'll swap sides here from Yager Stadium. RedHawks have the early advantage after 15 minutes from Oxford. Miami 7, Northern Illinois 0, our score. Stay with us for more Miami football on Red Hawk Radio coming up next.
Please welcome to the field the co-chair of the
$15 minutes on the clock, second quarter getting ready to start here from Yager Stadium. It's Miami 7 and Northern Illinois nothing. Here from Oxford with Gavin Stark alongside Luke West Poley with you. Thanks for being with us tonight. 3rd and 12 faced by the Husky offense, which is the MAC's best team on 3rd down.
Huge third
Or
down.
second
here for
best, I
Northern
should
Illinois.
say. Yeah, they're 2 for 4 tonight. Twins and an extra receiver left, one out right. Thompson takes the snap, facing pressure, throws over the middle, and it's broken up. Strader again. He's kicking himself for not holding on to that football for the interception. The receiver, meanwhile, and Dane Partridge got blasted when he got his hands on that football. And there are 2 players down, 1 for each team. It was tough to see who delivered that hit for Miami. Again, it was Strader that came in and broke that up, it appeared. But there were 2 RedHawks in the area. Strader got his hands to the football, broke the pass up, wanted the interception. Partridge got his hands on the football, and that was what allowed what looked like either a linebacker or a safety for Miami to come flying in and light Partridge up. And now the RedHawk player who got surrounded pretty much immediately next to the Miami sideline by medical personnel is down on the field. So it's tough to see who that is, and for NIU, it's Partridge that is staying down, and so we've got 2 different hordes of medical crews kind of right next to each other. And for the RedHawks, we do get indication now that it's Eli Blakey, and that's not a great sign for already a pretty injured Miami secondary. Strader's been good in this game, but he's been banged up. RedHawks are without breakout star Michael Yarborough for the year, who they lost a couple weeks ago. And now Blakey, the safety, who's really had a nice coming out year, will head to the medical tent. And the redshirt junior from Louisville, Kentucky, will get looked at. Meanwhile, Partridge is still down.
Yeah, on that last play there, Strader did a great job disguising himself and kind of making it look like Hampton confused for a second. Thought he had the receiver there, and then Strader just kind of flew in and made a great play. He's upset at himself for not getting that pick, but man, I thought that was a great close on there by Strader. Another great pass breakup by him.
Rayon Strader is a ball hawk, and he's got a couple INTs on the year, and a freshman All-American last season for the RedHawks.
Yeah, he's one of those RedHawks you might see in the NFL in a year or 2. I mean, he's that kind of level, he's that kind of talent, and he's a treat to watch.
Please welcome to the field.
I mean, you noticed him not being there last week against Kent State. Kent State didn't throw the ball well, but I mean, I think if Strader would have been there, we might have been talking shutout.
Anthony Marine, who spent
Certainly.
time getting his steps before tonight's game. 4 teams are underway. We'll be back in action at home the start of December.
It might have been Thompson,
hosts Air Force at 7 o'clock on Monday, December 2nd.
Yeah.
And Miami Hockey is in action against North Dakota in a Friday-Saturday series, December 6th and 7th.
So with 14:56 to go,
Miami women's basketball.
and I do beg your pardon, it's actually Cam Thompson that got his hands on that football and got hit. 0 versus 8 for NIU. It's Thompson that got his hands on the ball, and the receiver that was injured on the play for NIU, not Partridge. And so that will bring up a 4th down. They're in a timeout on the field, but almost ready to get the troops back out onto the field. It'll be the punt unit on for Northern Illinois. And this is an area, Gavin, where the RedHawks, I don't want to say they've struggled this year, but we've seen points like this in the game before. The second quarter has probably been the weakest of the 4 for Miami. They've had their chances, think about the Ohio game and in the Central Michigan game, to really get their foot on the gas. And a lot of times we haven't really seen that until after halftime. So this is a big drive coming up to potentially take a 2-score lead for Miami, and you're hoping to get some good field position.
Yeah, Luke, you're absolutely right. I mean, Miami's really has struggled to start out their second quarter, and I think it's kind of hurt them momentum-wise, but Chuck Martin's done a great job of getting them in the second half ready, and they've came out strong every third quarter since MAC play, honestly. But yeah, you're definitely right here. I mean, this is huge.
Kevin Davis is awaiting at his own 27-yard line. Tom Foley back out there for Northern Illinois. RedHawks bring 3. Walters might have got close to that football. Meanwhile, a high booming kick sends Davis back. He threads the needle between 2 tacklers, and he swung out of bounds after getting past the 20-yard line to about the 23. That was pretty much where he was standing.
Yeah, another great punt there. I mean, wow. He's punted the ball well these first 3 punts. I mean, Luckily, Miami's offense has been able to drive down the field and do some good work with it, but great punting.
So the Red Hawk offense back on the field, 14 seconds into the second quarter. It's Miami 7, Northern Illinois nothing. They've got it from their own 23-yard line, and they're working it right to left now from the left hash. Solo receiver left. 3 receivers spread out to the right for Brett Gabbert. Now Jack Coldiron, motion from the right. He'll join the line. Out of the gun. Gabbert with a single back left in Mosey. Pointing up at his line of scrimmage. Mosey heads behind his quarterback now to his right. Gabbert hands to Mosey, finds a seam down the left side. Mosey to the outside, first down and more. Past the 40 and cracked out of bounds at the 45-yard line.
There it is again. I mean, he gets outside, and that burst of speed that he has is undoubtedly one of the best in the country. I mean, he is so fast and explosive. If he gets outside like that, it could be to the house. I mean, every single time. So Northern Illinois really needs to do a better job of containing the outside here.
Longest run of the night for either team. They'll mark him out at the 46 after a 23-yard gain. Single tight end set. Gabbert out of the gun. Hands to Mosey again. Working down the right side of the line. Shoving forward. Got to the line of scrimmage and was ripped back from there. Forward progress gives him no gain. And it will be 2nd and 10 for Miami as we pass the 1-minute mark of the second quarter.
Yeah, Dolphin and Furham, this linebacker duo, is probably one of the best in the MAC. I mean, both having season totals of 48 tackles coming into this game, and right there was still Dolphin and Furham right there. I mean, closing up the gap right away, and that nowhere to go there for Mosey.
This interior defensive line and linebacking core for NIU has a couple players on NFL radars. Kevin Davis into the game at running back for Miami. Shotgun formation for Gabbert and a 4-receiver set. Play fake. Gabbert with time, sails it deep down the near side, looking for Virgil, and he leaps up and made the catch in traffic.
Are you kidding me?
Inside the 5 for Reggie Virgil.
Are you serious? Reggie Virgil. Wow.
He caught that over top of the top corner for NIU, Javon Bird, and Miami's top big play threat continues to make huge catches. It's a 50-yard gain down to the 4.
Is this guy unbelievable or what? Wow. Wow, what a play. I mean, he gets great separation there, and then he closes up and catch. Unbelievable.
Twins to the right, nobody left. 2 tight ends in the formation for Miami. Gabbert fakes the run, rolling right, sets his feet, and will fire it out the back corner of the end zone.
Great decision there by Gabbert. He had nothing there. I mean, they try to get Coldiron in that little screen pass kind of out route, but nothing there. It was swallowed up right away. So great decision there by Gabbert.
Clock stops with 12:35 to go, second quarter. It's Miami 7 and Northern Illinois nothing. RedHawks knocking on the door at the Husky 4-yard line. Saw their longest run and longest throw of the game on this drive as Mosey went for 23, then Virgil through the air went for 50. 2nd and goal for the left hash. Kevin Davis in the game at running back still for Miami. Jack Coldiron moves from the lines right to its left. Gabbert looking right. Now eyes to his center. Clapson takes the snap, throwing far corner of the end zone, and Tracy tripped and fell on the turf. It flies over his head, incomplete. Bird was in coverage. Tracy might have had a step or two on him. I beg your pardon, rather it was Finley back there for Northern Illinois. But Tracy looked like he might have had him beat, and that throw looked like it was decently placed by Gabbert, but Tracy just slipped on the turf and went down.
No, yeah, I thought that was a great throw by Gabbert. I mean, he kind of put that in a position where only Javon Tracy could get that, so, I mean, I don't mind that throw.
3rd and goal from the 4. Gabbert out of the shotgun. Davis to his left. Standing on the 9-yard line. Gabbert claps, gets the snap, looking to throw near side, zips it over top of Virgil, incomplete. And Chuck Martin is hot with his quarterback on the Miami sideline. RedHawks will send on the field goal team.
Yeah, it almost seemed like Gabbert was doing a little too much prior to the snap. I don't know. I mean, it almost like he made it obvious he wanted to throw to Virgil, but yeah, I don't know. Unfortunate start of that drive, but
Tom Jobin has missed once tonight from 41. Now he'll try for the left hash, a much shorter 22-yarder. Kellen McLaughlin provides the hold, rush off the edge, but Jobin got it off, and he knocks it through with plenty of room to spare. The RedHawks make it a 2-score game with 12:24 to go in the second quarter. We now stand Miami 10 and NIU 0. Just a couple minutes in to our second frame. Timeout on the field here from Yager Stadium. We're back for more. You're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio.
On the edge, we fight and make love at the same time. Would you break up just because I told you what I did last night? I recall the times you said you're sorry, and still I'm not sure if you told lies. But I don't care, it's all forgotten now. We're holy when we touch anyhow. Give me a chance to make it right. Just let me touch you like the first time. We don't need answers to survive. Just let us keep on with the black guys. With the black guys. Hanging up to see if you would call me. I miss you more when you seem too far away. And you can blame it all on me as long as we can find our way. Do you remember all the times we tried to stop this? Yeah, we end up the same every time. Cause when our bodies beat, there's nothing left to fight about. We're holy when we touch anyhow. Give me a chance to make it right. Just let me touch you like the first time. We don't need answers to survive. Just let us keep on with the black guys. Give me a chance to make it right. Just let me touch you like the first time. We don't need answers to survive. Just let us keep on with the black guys. Somewhere in between our secrets, there's an imminent storm. It's unavoidable, yeah. But as long as I feel that you see me, I will pay no mind at all. So give me a chance to make it right.
12:24 to go, second quarter. 22-yard Dom Jobin field goal has made it Miami 10 and NIU nothing. Luke was Poley, Gavin Stark with you as the RedHawks get set to kick this one away. Back to a Husky offense that thus far has looked a little bit shaky. Couple 3-and-outs most recently for the Huskies. Just a couple of first downs on the game.
Yeah, I'm interested to see here what NIU's offense comes out with. They came out with that Wildcat last possession. I'm kind of interested to see what they do here, whether it's that pass game or that run game. They need to start something off. I mean, they need some momentum.
Ball meets the right foot of Kellen McLaughlin. The kick right to left, out the back of the end zone. And that will send the NIU offense out to begin the drive from their own 25. Huskies being outgained 182-37 right now. And just trying to get something going. Again, NIU doesn't throw the ball a whole lot. Last week, Ethan Hampton just 9 for 16, so pretty interesting, Gavin. We've already seen him throw 9 passes. He was relatively successful on the very first series of the game offensively for NIU, but he's been largely quieted since. Pistol formation to begin the drive. A single receiver out wide left for NIU with a tight end in the backfield. Hampton races up to the line of scrimmage. Now he'll line up out wide. It's a Wildcat snap, and Williams bursts ahead out to the 33, 34-yard line, or it's rather 28, 29-yard line. They'll give him the 29. Ty Wise makes the stop after a 4-yard gain.
And I was curious on what they would come out with, and they did something even more interesting than just a Wildcat. And they faked the snap with Hampton and then Wildcat there. I mean, interesting. Didn't really do a lot. I mean, 4-yard gain's not terrible to start off a drive, but that was an interesting play there.
Pistol formation again. Now the single receiver spread out wide is right. Receiver tight to the formation. Put in motion. Taking the snap. It's a handoff down the right side for Johnson, and he gets bottled up. Got across the line of scrimmage to the 31-yard line. It's a 2-yard gain. But Eli Blakey, who went into the medical tent last drive, good to see for Miami back in the game and making an impact. It's 3rd down and 4 for the Huskies. They're 2 for 5 tonight, and they're going at it from their own 31-yard line.
That was a great play there by Blakey, and he read that play like a book. I mean, wow. Solopek was there too, so no chance going anywhere.
Hampton out of the gun. Twins right, takes the snap, pressure off the edge. Hampton steps up, running down the middle of the field, diving, and he got there. Corbin Hondrew finally got to him, but Hampton keeps and gets out to the 36-yard line to move the chains on 3rd and 4.
Yeah, Hampton didn't see anything he liked down the field, and right away he saw that big gap. With Miami bringing that rush, everyone has kind of got behind him, so he stepped up in the pocket, did a great job, and gained that 1st down with his legs. You don't see him use his legs a lot, Luke, but that was a nice one there. I mean, great decision by Hampton.
He'll work out of the pistol. One receiver right, tight end on the line as well on the right side. Handoff to the right, and Johnson gets out of the initial tackle, racing to the outside. He is put down at the 44-yard line. Oscar McWood, the nickel, made the tackle for Miami, but an 8-yard gain makes it 2nd and 2 as we'll cross under 10 minutes to go in the first half. Still 10-0 Miami, but Northern Illinois driving on their own half of the field still at the 44-yard line.
I'm very interested in why Johnson did not start out this game. I mean, he's running the ball the best out of those backs for sure for Northern Illinois.
10 yards so far on just a couple of carries. Hampton out of the pistol. Reaches in front of him for the snap, handing it off up the middle. Johnson darting ahead and out to the 48-yard line. He's got 4 yards for a 1st down. Rather, it's Poe that made the rush for NIU. And 2 yards shy of midfield. 1st and 10 for the Huskies.
Northern Illinois showed 3 backs already, Luke. I mean, it's kind of early in the game and showing 3 backs already. Very interesting.
First and 10. Hampton under center. Single back behind him. Handoff goes that way. And Poe angles right, and the line pushes him across the 50 to the Miami 48-yard line. He's collapsed on at the 48-yard line of the RedHawks after a pickup of 4. It's 2nd and 6. Northern Illinois with more time of possession than Miami in this first half so far. They trail the RedHawks 10-0. 8.5 to play first half. 3 receivers on the left, 1 out right for Hampton. From the gun, hand to Poe in the backfield. RedHawks get to him. Rather, it's Johnson up ahead and maybe at a yard there.
Yeah, nothing there really. I mean,
nope, beg your pardon. It was Poe that got the carry, and he heads forward for a yard. But Ty Wise made the stop for Miami, and it's 3rd down. Huskies need 5. They're 3 for 6 on 3rd down tonight.
Johnson's back in the game. We'll see what the decision here is.
Hampton 4 for 9 through the air. It's been a little while, though, since we've seen the Huskies go in that direction.
Yeah, I think we see pass here, honestly.
Shotgun formation. Twins to the left. Snap and a handoff. Out wide left. RedHawks get to it in the backfield.
I mean, you just got to throw that ball there if you're Northern Illinois. 3rd and 5. Haven't thrown it at all this whole possession. I would have liked to have seen throw there for sure.
Johnson loses 2 back to the 50. Corey Subtle making the tackle for the RedHawks. He had 2 pass breakups and a sack last week. He gets his first TFL of the night there, and it's 4th down. Punt unit back on for NIU. Foley takes the snap and sends a sky punt in the air. Kevin Davis heading forward on it from the 10 to the 13. Makes the catch between Hash and Number on the near side. And the RedHawks will start it at their own 13-yard line. Back on offense with 6:52 to play in the second quarter, leading it 10-0.
Luke, going back on the 3rd down play there by Northern Illinois, I was kind of curious. Maybe they were thinking they're going for it on 4th down if they gain maybe 3 yards, maybe have a 4th and 2, go for it. They're in a good position there to go for it, but I don't know, man. Interesting.
So we've reached a timeout here from Yager Stadium, and we will take a break with 6:52 to go in the second. Again, Miami 10 and Northern Illinois nothing. Our score. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Back in a moment. With 6:52 to play in the second quarter, it's Miami 10 and Northern Illinois nothing here from Yager Stadium. Red Hawk offense returns to the field on their own 13-yard line after another stop for the Miami defense. Best drive of the game for NIU saw them get across midfield, but then promptly back up to their own side after a TFL on 3rd down by Miami's Corey Subtle. And NIU was forced to punt. Red Hawk offense returns to the field. And Brett Gabbert will line up in a rare single back under center formation for the RedHawks. Single tight end on the left side of the line. 2 receivers left and nobody out right. The back is Keon Mosey standing way back at his own 4-yard line. Cole Weaver motion to the right side of the line. Gabbert now motioning Kevin Davis from left to right, and Davis gets the carry heading to the right side. He is upended. Got about a yard there, but well covered by NIU. And that tough linebacking core, it was Santana Banner, who did not play last week, back into the lineup making the tackle. It's 2nd and 9.
Yeah, that was a great play there by Banner. It almost looked like Davis had a lot of space there, and then it was closed up right away by Banner. It was a great play.
RedHawks moving it right to left. Ball on the right hash. 3 receivers out left. No one to the short side right. Gabbard out of the gun, claps his hands, looking down the middle of the field with time. Now pressure to roll to the near side. Gabbard holding, flag in the secondary. He will muscle forward and collapse at the 18-yard line.
Yeah, it looks like a holdout there on Dolphin. He was out there on Virgil all alone.
And so that'll tack on to the end of the run for Miami and be a first down. So Gabbard goes for 4 on the keep. And the sticks are not placed right now, neither is the ball, but at the moment the RedHawks will be outside the 25 at least, and they'll be all the way up to their own 28. So get some breathing room now after starting the drive on their own 13. Ball on the left hash, they're at their own 28-yard line. NIU will get the ball out of halftime, so the RedHawks hoping they can chew some clock here, not only put up a score, but not give the Huskies 2 for 1 time. Empty set for the RedHawks, 2 receivers left, 3 to the right for Gabbard. Takes the snap. With time, Gabbard throws to the flat. Catch made by Cade McDonald. Rather, Javon Tracy working through traffic. And Tracy gets to the 36-yard line before he is put on the ground. Javon Tracy very active in the pass game tonight. That's his 3rd catch. The gain of 8 puts him a yard shy of 50 on the night. And it's 2nd and 2.
Yeah, Javon Tracy did a great job there, cutting back inside, beating 2 defenders that he had on him. I mean, great route again. Javon Tracy has found the center of this defense very well tonight so far.
2nd down and 2. Ball is shade inside the right hash. Tracy motioning from left to right. Gabbard out of the shotgun. Holding. Getting the snap, faking the run. Throw to the far side, caught by Tracy. Angling back towards the middle. Javon Tracy into plus territory and finally is brought down at the 48-yard line. But Tracy is down and Tracy is writhing in pain after he got brought down. And that is not what you want to see for Miami after a 2nd straight catch by Javon Tracy to get you past midfield.
That's so unfortunate. He's been the engine tonight of this offense, honestly. He's been amazing. Don't want to see that.
It's up to 65 yards on the game on 4 catches. And the medical team is out to look at Javon Tracy.
Just hope he's all right.
RedHawk receiving core, knock on wood, has stayed very healthy this year, which has really helped. They lost Cade McDonald for just a week last week. He was questionable coming in tonight, with Kevin Davis returning the punts. This week for the RedHawks, he's been taking McDonald's spot in that regard, but outside of that, Miami stayed very healthy at that position, and that's really helped, especially early in the year when there was virtually no run game. Now Miami has a good run game at that to kind of complement the pass game, but
Good
don't
to
want to
see
see a
him
guy
walking
like
on
that. Yeah, and Tracy's helped up, and he's going to walk off, it looks like, under his own power. Hoping that's just a stinger for Javon Tracy. He went down, and he was rolling on the ground in pain. The catch he had went for 16 yards. And it'll push the RedHawks up to the 48-yard line of Northern Illinois with 4:50 to go. And now, still 3 timeouts for NIU, 2 for Miami, but with under 5 minutes to play in the first half, you've got to keep your eye on the clock here if you're Miami.
Yeah, Luke, you were talking about the beginning of the season. We had no run game, and that just put a lot of pressure on Gabbard, I feel like. And now he's had that. He's been more comfortable back there with a run game. It's really helped him out and balance his offense. And the pass games look better since then. The run games looked outstandingly better. I mean, it wasn't even close at the beginning of the year. It was obvious that we were going to throw the ball. I think we were bottom 3 in the NCAA to start out the season in rushing.
Yeah, that has certainly changed. Keon Mosey, again, with a career high last week. And really, since the UMass game, he has come alive. He's due for at least 100 a week now.
He's closing in on 1,000 here.
Yeah, for Miami, Brett Gabbert, you looked at his stats early in the year, and you would regularly. Meanwhile, officials have gone to review here. PA system's not working, so we did not get that announcement at all, and we're also not getting this announcement. And there's a targeting foul called against Northern Illinois. Wow. So, player just got disqualified. We'll have to check to see who that was. But again, Tracy was down with the injury. That was what brought the timeout, but neither team came back out onto the field. That was because the officials were at review. Again, that was never announced over PA because the microphone's not working. And the penalty is going to push Miami up to the 33-yard line of Northern Illinois after the targeting call. And the targeting call is against Santana Banner, and that is a brutal blow to the NIU secondary as Banner has been one of their top tacklers tonight.
Wow, that's huge.
So Banner's done for the night. Clock moving once again, 4:41 and counting to go first half. Gabbard out of the gun, hands it off Mosey, holding in the backfield. Mosey accelerates ahead down to the 30-yard line. 3-yard carry. We'll see how aggressive Chuck Martin is going to take this. He gets 3 on first down. Javon Tracy right back onto the field for Miami, which you love to see after he was down and in a lot of pain just moments ago. But Tracy returns to the field of play. It looks like Chuck Martin, rather than going for the quick score, stop and get the ball back before half, is hoping to just choke away this clock here and not give Northern Illinois another possession with time. So 2 receivers left and 1 to the right for Gabbard. Dylan Downing into the game at running back. Javon Tracy motion from left to right, gets the carry. Now he's going to throw, looking for the end zone, and it is caught!
Wow!
Virgil, touchdown!
And he's going to dance in the end zone. Reggie Virgil with another play. Javon Tracy throws the ball. Wow.
A dime from Tracy out of the medical tent and into the TD category.
Are you kidding me? This dude hops out of the medical tent and throws a touchdown. Wow.
3:50 to go first half. There's an unsportsmanlike call against Miami. Again, the PA mic is not working. We'll have to keep an extra eye out for penalties tonight. Northern Illinois, it looks like, is going to enforce it on the kickoff, but 3:50 to go in the first half, and Javon Tracy connects with Reggie Virgil, 30 yards for the touchdown. 6th game in a row for Virgil with a TD catch, and he catches it from one of his fellow receivers, Javon Tracy, with his first career touchdown throw. Dom Jobin on for the PAT. And it is good. He snuck it under some hands there on the D-line of Northern Illinois, but knocked through, and with 3:50 to go in the first half, it is all RedHawks right now. Miami leads it 17-0. And they're set to kick this one back to NIU. And now, look, I understand Dom Jobin has missed a field goal already from 41 away, but we've seen that he's got a big leg. The penalty doesn't help if you're Miami. It's actually a pretty tough one to take at this moment in the game, because if you could force a 3 and out, it'll hurt your field position. But we mentioned originally with that handoff to Keon Mosey, it looked like the RedHawks were going to go the conservative route and try to score with a little less time on the clock, but nope, Chuck Martin went with the bag of tricks, and now hoping his defense can get a quick stop and maybe put up another score before halftime. NIU, meanwhile, down 17, but with the penalty, Miami will kick this off from their own 20-yard line. And NIU, although they have not shown their ability to do so yet, if they could move the ball on this drive, put up points, they could then come out of halftime with a chance to cut it to a 1-score game as they'll get the ball out of the locker room.
Yeah, Chuck Martin shocked, I think, everyone in Yager Stadium here with that play. I mean, like you were saying, it looked like he was going to be the easy run in, kind of get to that 2-minute warning time and punch it in, but no, that was not his plan.
Kicked high in the air. It is received for NIU and brought to the near side, but a big hit laid against Trayvon Rudolph on the kick return. Out across the 25 to the 30. Got across the 30 to the 33-yard line. It was tough to see where he went out there. Matt Salopek made the stop for the RedHawks. 3:45 remains, first half. It's Miami 17, NIU nothing. Huskies will have it from their own 33, trailing 17-0.
Impressive start from Miami. I mean, this has been, I would say, their best first half they've played all season.
Certainly. All kinds of confusion from the Miami defense. They got to get set here. And all sorts of movement late. NIU didn't get the snap off, though, and now finally they will play action, and a dump off to the left side. It's incomplete. Williams got that screen pass and had tons of room to run, but it looked like his head was already up the field before he brought the ball in. Hampton again under pressure, shows a good ability to get rid of the football and put it in a catchable spot. But Williams couldn't bring it in, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, if you're Northern Illinois there, you've got to be frustrated. I mean, you had the defensive backs confused. Schrader was out there all alone with 2 receivers and just didn't get the playoff in time. I mean, then it ends up in that no-gain play.
3 receivers left, nobody out right. Ball in the right hash. Huskies working it left to right. Handoff down the left side and a spin out to the 35-yard line for Johnson. Telly Johnson, who didn't play until MAC play this year. He only gets 2 yards there. Back-to-back games of 100 yards, but only 3 games this season, and has burst onto the scene as a true freshman with a couple of really nice games. Limited touches tonight, and now it's 3rd down for NIU. Chuck Martin not taking his timeouts. He'd prefer to save the 2 he's got. It looks like at least maybe 1 for 4th down, but also 1 potentially for the offensive side. First, his team needs a stop. It's 3rd down and 8. Clock moves under 3 minutes to go first half. Hampton out of the gun. Takes the snap, looking to throw. RedHawks rush 4, pressure coming, throw over the middle is caught for a first down. It's the tight end, Grayson Barnes, out to the 47-yard line on Northern Illinois' own half. It's a gain of 12, and the Huskies move the chains.
Yeah, that's a huge throw there by Hampton. Huge conversion, too. I mean, that saves Northern Illinois.
Handoff to the left with the hurry-up snap. Williams got to the 50-yard number on the far side, and he got spun down there after a gain of 3. Matt Salopek made the tackle. Northern Illinois trying to catch Miami off guard with the quick run. Clock still moving here. NIU's going to get a snap off before the 2-minute timeout. 2:12 to go first half. Snap into Hampton. Time to throw. Hampton steps back, throws off his back foot to nobody. It's intercepted. Eli Blakey running straight down the middle of the field. Bowls the man over, and he's down at the 40-yard line.
And that right there is all because of that Miami defensive front. They brought the pressure on Hampton. Hampton had to throw it and kind of force that one, and nowhere. It was, yeah, that's huge.
Bryan Ugu hit Hampton as he was throwing the football, and that ball landed about 10 yards short of the intended target. And the RedHawks will take over after the interception by Blakey. We've seen 2 big plays out of the medical tent now for Miami. Javon Tracy was in there. He came out and threw a touchdown pass. And Eli Blakey was in there. He comes out, records the INT, and the RedHawks have the ball. 2:01 to go first half. It's 17-0 RedHawks. Points on their mind with the ball at their own 40-yard line. Gabbard out of the shotgun. After motion, 2 receivers on both sides. Gabbard takes the snap. RedHawks will fake the run, throw near side, caught by Tracy, hit immediately at the 45-yard line. But a pickup of 5 on first down. Stop made by Jordan Hansen for Northern Illinois. And that will bring us to the 2-minute timeout. 1:57 to go, first half. The Eli Blakey interception has the RedHawks set up on offense from their own 45-yard line. 2nd and 5 for Miami when we come back. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Stay with us.
The Miami Athletic ticket office at 513-529.
17-0 the score. Miami in front of Northern Illinois with 1:57 to go in the second quarter. RedHawk defense was hoping for a stop after the trick play touchdown. They got it in a big way. An interception from Eli Blakey after Bryan Ugu laid the hit on Ethan Hampton as he was throwing. RedHawks got the ball on their own 40-yard line. Quick handoff to Keon Mosey, got him 5 on first down. Now they've got it 2nd and 5, 5 yards short of midfield. Still 2 timeouts left, 1:57 to go in the half.
One-on-one down there on the bottom of the field.
Single receiver there. And RedHawks were in single back with Gabbard under center. Now he'll back into the shotgun. Gabbard will take the snap, handoff to Mosey up the middle. He is met and walled off a couple of yards after crossing the line of scrimmage. Ray Thomas, coming off a 2-sack week, stood him up after a gain of 2. And it will be 3rd down and 3 for Miami. And meanwhile, Thomas Hammock has not thrown in the towel on this drive yet. Northern Illinois calls timeout prior to this 3rd and short. That's their first of the half, and that will stop the clock with 1:51 to go in the half.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Brett Gabbert maybe change that play up, call an audible down there. I mean, Reggie Virgil one-on-one. I think you got to take that. I like my chances there with Reggie Virgil, especially with these big catches he's made already.
Thought there was a shot Miami would go for a home run ball down the field at some point on this series. Is this maybe the spot where we see it for the RedHawks?
I would have liked it to be the last play, honestly. I mean, you can still get this chance on 3rd and short, but
out of the timeout, Gabbert operating out of the gun. Pair of receivers both sides. Jordan Brunson in the backfield, movement up front, both sides pointing at each other, no flag. Gabbert now will step up. Kevin Davis, rather the back motioning to Gabbert's right in front of him. Gabbert takes the snap, rolling right, he will throw, looking for Perry, it's intercepted. Down the far sideline, now cutting it back towards the middle of the field. Blockers there, but the RedHawks finally bring the man down. Pass intercepted on the play by Jashawn Prophet for NIU. A disaster is struck for the RedHawks after the interception. And NIU will get it down to the RedHawk 30-yard line.
you don't see a mistake like that out of Brett Gabbert very often. I mean, he's a very experienced quarterback, but there it just kind of looked like he forced that one. I mean, it was his only option, rolling out to the right like that, but not a good throw. I would have liked to have seen that one thrown away and just punt that one away.
So now great field position for Northern Illinois and a chance to cut this to a two-score game before they get the ball back coming out of halftime. 1:41 to go first half. Huskies working for the Miami 31. Hampton snap, throw far side, through his receiver's hands, incomplete.
There's Strader again. What a great play. I mean, this guy has been unbelievable. Last week, having that week off with the injury, and then this week coming back, and he is looking great. 100% for sure.
It was LaDon Bryant, who was not targeted last week. That ball went right between the wickets of him. 1:37 left on the clock. 2nd and 10 for the Huskies from the Miami 31. Ball in the middle of the field. Huskies in the white jerseys going left to right. Hampton from the shotgun. Takes the snap, handoff left. Johnson shuffles, heads right, and will get wrapped and pulled backwards after getting to the 26-yard line. It's a gain of 5 for the true freshman, Savio Frazier, making the tackle for Miami, and it's 3rd down and 5.
Huge play here, Luke. I mean, if you're Miami, you've got to get this stop and not allow them to keep driving this ball late in the first half. And if you're Northern Illinois, it's a must-get for you.
Twins on both sides. Hampton still out of the gun. 4-down lineman for Miami. Hampton takes the snap. RedHawks rush for Hampton, facing pressure. Down he goes. Bryan Ugu. Sack. Back to the 30-yard line. It's a loss of 4. And Northern Illinois not changing personnel yet. What are they going to do here? They had to run just one more play, it looks like. Game clock and play clock separated by about 7 seconds. Thomas Hammock standing right next to the referee. And we might see NIU line up here and go with a quick hard count to try and earn some more room for their field goal unit. Right now they're lining up for the pistol. 5 left on the play clock. Hampton stepping up, and there's the timeout.
There it is.
8 seconds left on the clock, and NIU calls their second of the half. And that will stop the clock with the NIU field goal unit likely set to come out here. Kicking game has been very, very inconsistent for Northern Illinois this season. Kanon Woodill, the senior out of Plainfield, Illinois, who does not handle kickoffs. He's just a place kicker. 13 for 19 on the year with a long of 50. 4 out of his 6 misses have come from 40 plus, but a big issue for NIU, especially when going for these long field goals, is they've had 4 kicks blocked this season. And they will bring out the field goal team. So this will be a pretty long one. It's going to be 47 to 48 yards depending on the spot. Hold will be provided on the play by the tight end Grayson Barnes instead of the usual holder Tom Foley. And it will be from 47 yards away from the left hash with 8 seconds to go in the half. Quick snap, hold down, kick has the leg, and it is good. So Woodill from 47 out claims the field goal for NIU, and with 4 seconds remaining in the half, Huskies finally on the board here from Oxford thanks to the forced turnover. It's now 17 to 3, and NIU will get the ball back momentarily when the teams come out of half.
Yeah, it's only 3 points, Luke, but that's huge going into the half. I mean, you need something at Northern Illinois. I mean, they have struggled this first half for sure, and getting that is just at least a little bit of something going into the halftime. I mean, you get a chance to regroup and then build off of that. And then Miami is a great stop for you. I mean, they came into field goal position with that interception, so it's a great stop for you.
Just a reminder, coming up at halftime, Sean Wiesemann, Bryan Miller have your Red Hawk Radio halftime report, stats and analysis from the first half. They'll look at the MAC scoreboard. Big rivalry game going on elsewhere in Mid-American Conference territory. The annual wagon wheel game between Kent State and Akron is tonight. They'll get you updated on that game for Northeast Ohio. And they'll preview our second half coming up on the Red Hawk Radio halftime. Kickoff is a low squibber that will get to the sideline and get out of bounds. And so a flag in, and the RedHawks will start off with good field position, but can't imagine Miami's going to put Brett Gabbard in harm's way here and go for a shot at the end zone. We will likely just see the RedHawks take a knee.
Yeah, especially after that last session. I mean, interception there. I think you just need this one out. Go into halftime, keep building off of what you have, and then like we were talking about earlier, Luke, I mean, we've been a great third quarter team coming out with starting off great in the third quarter, second half. I mean, so, yeah, they're going to need this one.
Gabbard lined up in the victory formation, and he will take the knee to run the timeout on the first half. So a great start for Miami. A little bit of a lapse, though. Gives some life to the Huskies on the road. RedHawks were hoping to potentially take a full 3-score lead headed into halftime with the ball up 17-0, but the Gabbard interception sets up an NIU field goal, and at the break, our score is Miami 17 and Northern Illinois 3. I think if you're Chuck Martin, Gavin, you have to be pretty happy with how your offense played in that first half. You have to be really, really happy with how your defense played, especially measuring up to the NIU rushing attack that is tops in the Mid-American Conference, just 62 yards on the ground in the first half for the Huskies. Overall, it's complimentary football. It's football that Miami likes to play. You would have loved to go up 24-0 or at least 20-0 at the end of the half, but you make one key mistake and you let the road team hang around here headed into the break.
Well, I think if you're Chuck Martin, you're definitely excited. I mean, you're happy with how this team came out and played in the first 2 quarters, but obviously, you're going to have some bumps along this game, and Chuck Martin knows that, and that's just what happened here. I mean, but I think you definitely see them go regroup, build off what they have, and come out strong in the second half. And then if you're Northern Illinois, you just got to get something going in the second half. At
halftime here from Yager Stadium, it's Miami 17 and NIU 3. We'll take a break. When we come back, Sean Wiesemann, Bryan Miller have your Red Hawk Radio halftime report. Gavin and I back for half number 2 coming up in a little bit. Stay tuned. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.
Seventeen to 3 RedHawks at halftime, leading the NIU Huskies by 2 touchdowns at the half. I'm your host, Bryan Miller, joined by Sean Wiesemann. And Sean, it's been a pretty good half for Miami outside of the late mistake from Brett Gabbert. Pretty much all stats in favor of the RedHawks.
Yeah.
250 yards for Miami, only 81 for the Huskies. 13 first downs for the RedHawks, only 5 for NIU. But 1 turnover each, as the late mistake from Brett Gabbert gifted the Huskies 3 points to close out the half. What has been something that has really stuck out to you in this first half?
Wow, the run defense has shown up tonight. 18 carries, 62 yards for NIU, and this is the best rushing offense in the Mid-American. I mean, it's truly incredible how their ability to key in on the two running backs has been truly incredible. Gavin Williams, 5 carries, 25 yards. Jalen Poe, 4 carries, 15 yards. And Telly Johnson Jr., 4 carries, 12 yards. That's not a lot of efficiency right there, and as a result, the RedHawks have been pretty darn perfect in terms of their ability to play defense. And then on the and as a result of that, because they've been keying in on the best part of the offense for NIU, it's allowed them to kind of sit back a little bit and take away the pass a little bit easier. I mean, you can see Ethan Hampton only has 19 passing yards on 5 of 13, and he has a pick as well. The backfield has just been a nightmare for the Huskies, as Hampton's gotten hit at least 2 or 3 times already, including on that interception to Eli Blakey, where on that big return as well. And so the point being, the offense has just looked dreadful. This, other than that field goal that they got gifted, like you mentioned, on that Brett Gabbert interception, it's really been nothing going for the Huskies.
Sean, NIU came into this game averaging 219 rushing yards per game. And as you've mentioned, it has not looked that way. You would not have known that if you've just been watching this game. And for how physical NIU is, and like that's something that they pride themselves on,
yes.
Sean, Miami has been the much more physical team. I mean, there are some massive hits in that first half, especially from Eli Blakey and Bryan Ugo, who pressured Hampton and really forced that interception that we saw.
No, absolutely, Bryan. It's been so impressive to see a team that, while I certainly wouldn't describe Miami is not a physical team. They have like really upped the physicality of in the first half here. It's been so impressive to see. This is a team clearly motivated to get back to Detroit and is playing like a team that wants to go back to Detroit. And as a result, you're getting a team right now that is playing its best ball at the best possible time.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the offensive end for Miami, it hasn't quite been what we've seen in recent weeks, but the same level of success. Only 44 rushing yards in today's game for the RedHawks, 33 from Keon Mosey, 23 of which coming on one run. So Mosey, not the most effective outing from him tonight, but Brett Gabbard, very good game outside of that interception towards the end of the half. 11 for 18, 176 yards. And well, I'm surprised we've gone this long without mentioning it. Javon Tracy with an absolute dime, one for 130 yards on the touchdown.
That was a beautiful
Reggie
pass.
Virgil.
Absolutely.
What stood out to you from the RedHawk offense?
Well, yeah. So to start, like you mentioned, they haven't run the ball a whole lot, but honestly, like I said, they haven't needed to. They've been so effective. Tracy and Virgil have been the 1-2 punch that I think everything you could have hoped for. With McDonald still out of it, they combined for 177 of the 206 total passing yards, and that you can't game plan it any better than that, especially against a defense that's the best rushing defense in the Mid-American. That's exactly what you could have asked for. And Chuck Barton's coaching staff, a lot of credit to them for seeing a real strength and just trying to kind of go around it. So they've been working a lot at the short intermediate passing game, and it's been paying massive dividends for the RedHawks.
Yeah, you mentioned the short to intermediate passes for Miami. It really strikes out to me, even with that but limited ability today of Cade McDonald that we've seen the past few weeks. They really haven't lost much of a step in the passing game. It just seems like the game plan has been getting the ball to your best athletes in open space and letting them do work, and that has certainly paid dividends here today.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I mean, like you said, only 11 carries but 19 pass attempts. And that's not usually a split that we see from the RedHawks. If anything, it's usually the opposite. It's usually much more of a run-focused offense for Miami and Chuck Martin and his coaching staff, but not today. It's been almost all pass and paid massive dividends for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Brett Gabbard ends his streak at 117 straight passes.
I think that's the announcer's jinx or something like that, Brian. I think that's what you did to him.
It might be. I did mention it last week, too, and he should have thrown a pick in the first half.
That's fair.
That one as well. So
very fair.
It was due to happen, I guess.
I would agree. Absolutely.
We'll take a quick break. On the other side, we'll go over scores across the Mid-American Conference on this MACtion Tuesday. Go over our keys to the second half as the RedHawks try to close out the Huskies. They are up 17-3 at halftime. We'll be back on the other side of the break listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Welcome back to Yager Stadium, where Miami is up 17-3 on the Northern Illinois Huskies. It is one of 3 games in tonight's Maction slate. First game getting started tonight in Northeast Ohio. Battle for the wagon wheel. The Akron Zips up 38-10 on winless Kent State. Ben Finley, 13 for 27, 225 yards, and a touchdown for Akron. And the dreadful season for the Golden Flashes looks like it is going to continue here tonight. Another rivalry game in the state of Michigan. Central Michigan up 13-7 on the rival Broncos. They also have the ball in the red zone after the third quarter there. Chippewas up on the Broncos. Broncos standing at 4-2 in conference play, still have an outside shot of making it to the conference championship game in Detroit, but a loss here tonight would devastate those hopes. And as we mentioned here, RedHawks up 17-3 in a gotta-have-it game over the NIU Huskies. That is what we got in football. We also have some basketball action. What's going on there, Sean?
Well, yesterday the RedHawks had a very tough blowout loss to Michigan. Michigan 94, the RedHawks 67. Very tough game for the RedHawks, and a game in which they were close. It was pretty competitive. They kept it single digits for the entirety of the first half, but Michigan able to blow it open with a barrage of threes, shooting 48% on 14 of 29 shooting and shooting 58% from the field, 48% from 3. It was a tough game against a pretty overmatched RedHawks squad, but they return to action against Siena on Monday, the 25th at 11 a.m. in the Fort Myers tip-off in the Palms Division.
Getting some warmer weather there.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot.
Here.
Yeah, I'm pretty jealous of the folks that get to go down to Fort Myers in this time of year, but can't say we could do the same right this second unless we get to go to the Cure Bowl again for another year.
Maybe.
Hopefully. Well, Tuesday night action in the basketball side of things, only a couple games. Bowling Green able to snag an 8-point win over Niagara, and Vermont able to get an 11-point win over Buffalo. Games later this week, Wednesday, four more teams take the court. As Central Michigan plays Central State on Wednesday at 7, along with Western Michigan playing South Dakota, Northern Illinois playing Elon, Ball State playing Detroit Mercy, all at 7 p.m. on ESPN+. Anything else for us, Brian?
I mean, certainly a busy season now with football and
Absolutely.
basketball going on. Next week will be pretty insane with all the Thanksgiving week tournaments and whatnot. About 6.5 minutes before the second half begins, Miami up 17-3 on Northern Illinois in a game, Sean, that's really been dominated by Miami in all facets of the game. What does NIU need to do to get back into this game?
Well, it's going to start with the offensive line, I think. The offensive line has made this offense completely unusable right now, given the fact that the defensive line for Miami is just completely running roughshod, both in the running game and the passing game. Ethan Hampton, multiple quarterback hits, including a hit that Bryan that was able to snag an interception, that they were able to get an interception off of. And then if in the run game, obviously, they just have not been able to run the ball at all. And as a result, it's just led to them just being completely inept on the offensive side of the ball and barely able to move the ball down the field, obviously, with just 19 passing yards. And, yeah, it's been a tough game for them offensively, and certainly something that they'll need to improve upon if they want a chance here in the second half.
NIU will get the ball first to open up the third quarter, Sean. I would expect a lot of running the ball once again.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the strength of their team. We've seen a lot of jumbo sets for NIU throughout all parts of the field where they would have 7 or 8 guys on the line of scrimmage. So we'll see if they continue to do that in the second half. For the Miami side of this, Sean, what do they need to do to extend this lead and not make this closer than it needs to be?
Well, I would say to continue to lean on the passing game. Gabbert, other than that really terrible interception in which he kind of stared down a receiver the whole time, has been pretty mistake clean, I would say. He has kept his mistakes to a minimum. And as a result, he's really been able to keep this offense moving and keep them moving the ball down the field. I've actually been kind of surprised with the play calling of Chuck Martin and his coaching staff, because on multiple times on, like second and medium, 2nd and 6, 2nd and 5, in situations where you would assume they would run the ball, they've actually elected to pass the ball not once but twice. And in the one instance, it led to them kicking a field goal at the 5-yard line. But in multiple other instances, they've been able to move the ball down the field because they have been able to pass the ball really well against a very, very stout passing defense in NIU.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that has to do with trying to avoid going up against the NIU defensive line
I'm sure you're right.
as you can. I definitely think that's some of that. One thing that has stuck out to me, Sean, in some of these recent weeks, though, has been the adjustments made in the second half,
Yes.
especially in the running game. I think especially the last game against Kent State, we didn't see the dominance of Keon Mosey really until the second half, where they were able to just get some really wide open runs. And I think a lot of that has to do with the offensive line as well. So we'll see if Miami is able to continue that trend in the second half here tonight.
Yes.
And also, if you're able to do that, you're really able to shorten the game as well.
Absolutely.
And if you're playing with the lead, that's exactly what you want to do.
That's the
Just
game
get
plan
out of
for
here
you.
with the win.
Absolutely.
And look forward to Bowling Green next week. Any other final thoughts before we sign off, Sean?
Yeah, just one other thing I wanted to mention just about the offensive line is, like you mentioned last week, they really set themselves apart in the second half, and I think that's been the case for a lot of the last few games. They've really been able to put these games on ice, even though the scores have been especially lopsided. They've still been able to leave zero doubt that there was anything going to happen because they've been able to run the ball with such efficiency. I mean, at one point during the Central Michigan game, they had fourth-string running back Jordan Brunson in on a 3rd and 9 and were able to convert it off of an inside zone. That's the kind of offensive line dominance that we've been able to see from the RedHawks for a lot of the season, for especially the second half of the year. And so I hope to see that continue for the rest of the second half here.
Yeah, that would certainly be a treat to see if you are a Red Hawk fan. About 2.5 minutes left before the start of the second half. Been your host, Bryan Miller, joined by Sean Wiesemann. Miami up 17-3. They look to close out the Huskies and look to get to Bowling Green next week and a potential win-in scenario for the MAC championship game. Take a quick break, then on the other side, Luke West-Poley and Gavin Stark will bring you the second half. Miami looking to get another critical win in MAC play. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio.
Back here from Yager, almost ready for our second half between Miami and Northern Illinois, and the third and final midweek action game for Miami. RedHawks next in action on Friday of next week. Miami had a short week this week, 6 days between games. They'll have a long week to counteract that on the other side of this one. Playing next Friday, Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, in a 12 o'clock start, noon Eastern, against the Bowling Green Falcons. Luke West-Poley, Gavin Stark alongside, and Gavin, RedHawks really had their way with Northern Illinois on both sides of the ball in that first half, but had a chance to really not quite put the game away, but probably do as best they could in just the first half. At the end of the second quarter, Brett Gabbert throws an interception after Miami's defense forced a turnover. NIU gets a late field goal, now set to get the ball back, and still got a ball game at 2 possessions.
Yeah, I think we were looking at, 24-0 maybe was the outcome in this first half, and then kind of that unfortunate pick like you were saying, like Brett Gabbert. I wonder if Chuck Morton regrets kind of not throwing that pass like we were talking about on second down when he has Reggie Virgil one-on-one at the bottom of the field. So I don't know. It's interesting to see what we can do in the second half. We've had a great starts in our second half so far in MAC play, so hope for another one of that.
RedHawks will kick this one off to Northern Illinois. Kellen McLaughlin readies. And kicks it away. This will fly way into the back of the end zone and not be returnable for a touchback. Miami's best quarter this year has been the third quarter by far, especially here at Yager Stadium. Every MAC game the RedHawks have played here at Yager, we've seen this pretty much exact same situation pan out. RedHawks are up by 1 or 2 scores at the half, and they come out in the third with some serious fire and end up stretching to a pretty comfortable lead. Do the RedHawks have that in them again in the home finale? We will see. They'll have to start it off on defense here for the first drive of half 2. Northern Illinois offense on the field. Hampton out of the gun. He's got 1 receiver, islands each side. Play action on first down. Pressure up the middle. Throws near side. It's incomplete. Looking for the check down in Johnson, but rush that throw. It's in front of his intended target. Off the hand and to the turf. 2nd and 10 coming up.
Yeah, if Hampton makes a better throw there, kind of threw that one outside in front of Johnson there, but I think if he makes that throw, you know, you got Johnson one-on-one, he's a speedy back out of the backfield, so maybe makes a play there. So unfortunate for Hampton not to make that throw for Northern Illinois.
Seen Hampton's rush throws be in pretty good spots tonight. That's probably his first where the pressure has really gotten to him, getting rid of the ball before contact. Pistol formation, Hampton takes the snap, runs straight up the middle, and bashing forward, Williams gets a couple yards near the sticks. Rather, it's Johnson again. He's got his second try on this drive. The run goes for 8, and it's 3rd down and 2.
Yeah, Luke, interesting that Johnson started off the second half with 2 runs. 2 attempts at him. Didn't start that first half, was kind of confused over here, but now he's starting out the second half.
Johnson still the back in the pistol. Only 1 receiver for Northern Illinois. They'll run it straight ahead. Johnson dives to the pile. Second push. He's close. And initial signal as he's got it.
Man, that was close.
Needed 2 and got down to the inch exactly 2. Out to the 35. 1st down Huskies.
That's the first time tonight, Luke, that we've really seen Northern Illinois' offensive line finally doing what they normally do, and that's, you know, make that first initiate push. And they've really took over that defensive line that time. It looked like we had them at first. They got that second push like you were saying.
Fresh set of downs for the Huskies. 1st and 10 from their own 35. Taking it right to left. Ball inside the left hash. Out of the pistol. Handoff to Johnson. Again, needling forward and up to the 44-yard line. He is pounded down after a gain of 4. 2nd down and 6 coming up. Silas Walters with another tackle, a couple of them to begin the half already for Miami's safety. 2nd down and 6 coming up. Walters with 5 tackles, defensively leading the way. It's Matt Salopek, no surprise, with 7. 2nd and 6 for the Huskies from their own 39. Dual tight ends from their own 39-yard line on the left hash. Taking the snap, it is a handoff down the right side. A little bit of room out to the 40 for Johnson. And he dives for a gain of 1. It's 3rd down and 5 now. This Red Hawk defense looking to hold. NIU 5 for 10 so far on 3rd down.
Yeah, if you're Miami's defense, you got to expect pass here from Northern Illinois. It's been a lot of run here other than that screen pass to Johnson that they attempted, but I think you got to think pass here.
2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Now another receiver motion off the line, wide out left. Hampton takes the shotgun snap, throwing over the middle, brought in by the tight end Barnes. Angling across midfield, he's brought down right at the 50-yard line and points 1st down. Barnes, who had a touchdown last week, a couple of 3rd down grabs tonight. The gain out to the 50-yard line moves the chains. And there is an injured Red Hawk in the secondary on the far side of the field. Looks like it might be Blakey again. Nope, it's Strader for the RedHawks. And again, not good. Strader, who was excellent in that first half with a few pass breakups. Miami's leading corner missed last week because of injury. Chuck Martin said he was hopeful but not sure if Strader would crack the lineup this week. He did. He looked fully 100% in the first half, but
Absolutely.
Strader away from the ball there is signaling towards the right shoulder as he heads off towards the medical tent.
Yeah, that's not good to see. Good to see him walk off on his own, but it looks like he's in a lot of pain still.
1st and 10 Huskies, ball right at midfield. 3 receivers spread left, nobody right. Hampton, weight on his toes, takes the snap, handoff to Johnson. Met in the backfield and brought down by Ty Wise. Nope, rather it's Poe on the carry for NIU. Excuse me, a loss of 1. Ty Wise with the tackle. 2nd and 11 coming up as NIU's backed up to their own side of the field now at the 49.
Luke, with Strader going out of the game, I mean, you might think Northern Illinois starts to maybe throw on the rest of this drive. Maybe take their chances.
Wildcat look here for the Huskies. Trayvon Rudolph is acting as the quarterback. Takes the snap, rolls right, he's going to throw, and it is complete at the sticks for a first down. Trayvon Rudolph on the throw, and the catch made out to the 37-yard line for a first down for the Huskies.
It's almost like they've been setting that play up, Luke. They've done that Wildcat numerous times in that first half, and then right there you kind of they see that Wildcat again, maybe think run like they have in the first couple times, and they throw that one.
It was Brock Lampy, the fullback, that made the catch for the 14-yard gain. Pistol formation on 1st and 10 as the Huskies are on the move to the Miami 37. Hampton takes the snap, run off tackle down the right side, has some room down to the 32-yard line for Johnson. 5-yard gain on first down, and it's time for this Miami defense to really dig their heels in as NIU's approaching field goal range, but most importantly showing their best momentum offensively of the night.
Yeah, need a stop here by Miami.
Island receivers both sides. Hampton out of the gun. Rather the pistol. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff left to Johnson. Stumbling a little bit on the backfield, now sets his feet, throws near side, way over top the target, incomplete. He was looking for Rudolph. It looked like on that play fake, he might have collided with the running back, and Hampton was kind of stumbling around the pocket when he cut that ball loose way over his receiver, and now it's 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, running into the running back, and then that pass rush kind of got to him. Looked like it kind of bothered him for the first time tonight, really. I mean, he's stepped up in the pocket very well so far with his pass rush, but that one, not.
9:58 to go, 3rd quarter. Miami leads it by 14 points. 3rd down and 5 for NIU for the RedHawk 37. Hampton takes the snap, 4-man rush, looking to throw, fires near side, broken up, incomplete. He hit it off the hands of his tight end Barnes, but Silas Walters came on late as the safety help to swing his arm in there and rip the ball away, and it's 4th down for NIU.
Yeah, that's great awareness there by Walters. I mean, he knew exactly where that ball was and closed in on that very well. Huge play.
NIU's going to keep the offense on the field here.
I like this, Luke. I think they need this momentum now. I think it's now or never, honestly.
Would be a 47, 48-yarder from here, and NIU down 2 touchdowns, keeping the offense on the field. Hampton takes the shotgun snap, pressure coming. Hampton is sacked! It's a goo again for Miami, and the RedHawks will take over on downs.
That's a Goose second sack of the night. I mean, he is just doing what he wants back there. He is getting back there with ease. His speed is just amazing on that defensive end.
The sack is credited to Bryan Ugu.
Second sack of the night for Bryan Ugu,
Tonight's Bowery Cup
and it's up to the 41-yard line where the spot will be. That's where the RedHawk offense will take over. 1st and 10 for their first offensive drive of the second half. RedHawks have been so successful in the 3rd quarter this season. We'll see if that trend continues, leading at 17-3 when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. Fourth down sack from Bryan Ugu snuffs out the NIU threat to begin the second half. 9:47 to go, third quarter. It's Miami 17 and Northern Illinois 3. Gavin Stark alongside Luke West Poley with you. And the RedHawks take over on downs from their own 41. And again, the best drive of the night for NIU falters, and rolling the dice, Thomas Hammock's group can't come up with points, getting onto Miami's half of the field. Now on first down, Gabbert will hand it off, and Mosey's got nowhere to go. He's swallowed right at the line of scrimmage. Second down and 10 coming up for the RedHawks, who struggled a little bit to run the ball in the first half, outside of one really good Mosey run that went for 23. That accounted for over half of Miami's 44-yard rushing output in the first two quarters. Second and 10 coming up for the RedHawks. The way to combat that for Miami is they've had 206 yards through the air, 176 from Brett Gabbert, 30 on the trick play touchdown by Javon Tracy, who threw it to Reggie Virgil. Empty set for Gabbert. Motions Davis out of the slot, acted as if he was going to come into the backfield. Now he joins the left side of the line. Gabbert takes the snap, pressure off the edge, and Gabbert gets sacked.
Yeah, just no one there, no one guarding him. I mean, got to clean that up. Brett Gabbert had no time. He didn't have time to look at his receiver.
Loss of 7. Roy Williams came off the edge untouched, and it's 3rd and 17 for Miami. Clock rolling, 8:28 to go, third quarter. RedHawks still lead by 2 touchdowns, but now facing a 3rd and 17. Miami 0 for 4 on the game. Gabbert takes the shotgun snap, delayed handoff up the middle, room to run down the center of the field for, looks like, Davis. Nope, it's Mosey. He got up to the 45, but still well short of the first down marker. Got 11 on the carry, but it's 4th and 6 for Miami, and the RedHawks will punt. And Brett Gabbert is kind of flexing his throwing arm a little bit as he heads back to the sideline.
Yeah, it looked like kind of Mosey was confused as well on that handoff, like he wasn't going to receive the ball maybe. I'm not sure what that whole confusion was, but that run's actually bigger than it seems. I mean, you didn't get the first down, but you know, you get a chance here to punt it and maybe pin them back in the end zone a little bit.
Dane Partridge stands at his own 16. And a booming punt, but a fair catch called for, running up ahead by Partridge. Gets up to the 21-yard line. That ball knuckled and kind of died. Looked a little deceiving off the foot of Bevelheimer. It looked like it would at least push inside the 20, but didn't get there. And NIU will start from the 21 on their own half of the field when we come back. 7:27 left in the third quarter here from Yager Stadium in Oxford. It's Miami 17 and NIU 3 in the Mallory Cup game annually between the RedHawks and Huskies. Stay with us. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 7:27 remaining third quarter from Oxford. It's Miami 17 and Northern Illinois 3. Wes Poley, Gavin starts with you as the RedHawks punted it back to NIU, and it's Husky football from their own 21-yard line, 1st and 10. And the RedHawks most recently saw NIU really march down the field on them, but stopped them in Miami territory. A 4th down sack by Bryan ended the drive for NIU. Second drive of the half now for the Huskies. Starts with Hampton in the gun. He hands it off to the right side for Johnson, accelerating forward. Line gives him some room down the right side. And he is tackled after a gain of about 4. Telly Johnson makes it 2nd and 6, and good to see, Gavin, after the end of that last drive. Rayon Strader was down for Miami. He went into the tent, and he's back into the game as the feature corner on the far side of the field.
Yeah, that's huge. Another thing I want to talk about is Johnson. I mean, you've seen a lot more of him in this second half already. I mean, he's touched the ball at least 5 times in the second half.
Low snap on 2nd down. Hampton handles, throws far side in traffic. It is caught for a 1st down. LaDon Bryant found the soft spot in the zone, and in between the hash and the sideline, he caught it at the 35 before Strader put him down. 10-yard pickup and a 1st down for the Huskies.
Yeah, Strader just wasn't in a great position there to make a play on that one. Just kind of got the tackle, and that was all he could really do with that.
Pistol formation for Hampton. Tight end offset right of the line. 2 receivers left and 1 to the right. Hampton takes the snap, fakes the run. Pressure coming up the middle, and Hampton goes down again. Hampton is sacked. A whole gang of RedHawks in there. We'll see who gets credit for it. Bryan came on late, but Savio Frazier was the one to get there first, and he'll get credit for the sack to back NIU up to their own 30-yard line. It's 2nd and 15.
I mean, I can't say enough good things about this defensive line tonight, Luke. I mean, they have played outstanding. They have been a difference maker of this game. I mean, they've been so dominant.
So now trapped behind the sticks. Shotgun snap to Hampton, play action, and throws on the run down the right hash. It's broken up. Luke Evans with the coverage for Miami. The redshirt freshman knocks it down, and it's 3rd and 15.
What a great play by Evans. I mean, you saw Hampton kind of try to look him off and then didn't fall for that. I mean, he was right there the whole play. Great job by him.
3rd down and 15 coming up for NIU. They've got the PA mic working again for the referee, so he can announce that the clock should be reset. It was never stopped on the incompletion, so it goes from 5:11 to 5:27. 3rd down for the Huskies. They're way behind the sticks, 3rd and 15. Ball between the hashes of their own 30-yard line. From right to left, Hampton takes the shotgun snap. RedHawks rush 4, pressure up the middle, hit as he throws. Hampton throws far side, incomplete. Over top the target.
Man.
Hampton got clobbered by the pass rush. And another punt upcoming. It was Adam Trick and Ty Wise in there for Miami on the pressure. NIU will boot it away.
You saw Ty Wise there kind of come up the middle through that. I mean, they're just disguising themselves so well. This defensive line is, I don't know how many times we're going to talk about them tonight, but wow, they're unbelievable.
Kick from Foley high in the air. A good punt sends Kevin Davis way back inside his own 20 and makes a fair catch on the back pedal on the far side of the field at the 18-yard line, and that is where the Miami offense will start 1st and 10. This RedHawk defense is pulling their weight. Miami offense looking to do the same here in the second half. They've got a 14-point lead to work with 5:15 to go in the 3rd. We're back to Yager Stadium after this. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 5:15 to go, third quarter. RedHawks will have the ball back, leading 17-3 over Northern Illinois following the Husky punt. Gavin Stark alongside Luke Poley with you here from Oxford. Next time we'll talk to you here on Red Hawk Radio will be a special Friday morning presentation of Miami women's basketball as Glenn Box's crew, fresh off a big win on Sunday against Austin P, will take on Hiram at a Division III. That game coming up again on Friday at 11 a.m., the annual Class at the Court game. And we'll see the elementary schools from Talawanda School District bring their students into what is always a raucous Millette Hall. Coverage will begin at 10:30 with the Red Hawk Radio pregame. Next football game comes at you on Black Friday next week, day after Thanksgiving, as the Red Hawks will take on the Bowling Green Falcons. We'll have coverage for that here on Red Hawk Radio, starting with the kickoff show at 11, pregame 11:30, and kickoff of the game at noon Eastern time. 5:15 to go, third quarter, with the Red Hawks leading by 2 touchdowns. They'll have the ball back from their own 18-yard line. And Gavin, this Miami defense has just been causing havoc here in this second half. And with Northern Illinois behind the sticks and not much passing game to speak of, it's been very tough.
Yeah, they have, Luke. They've been amazing.
On first down, Gabbert's got 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Gabbert will take the snap and hand off tackle to the left. Keon Mosey gets hit in the backfield but escapes down the far side. Mosey brought down by the shoulders after he picks up the first down. Mosey caught contact in the backfield, looked like he might go for a loss there. Instead, he picks up 13, and it's a first down for the Redhawks up to the 31-yard line as we move under 5 minutes to go in the third.
That's the kind of plays that Keon Mosey brings to the table every play. I mean, you have to expect something like that out of him every time he touches the ball. He's explosive, and he's such a great weapon for this Miami offense.
Stays in the game as the back to Gabbert's right. Same formation for Miami with a solo receiver left. Gabbert takes the snap again, hands to Mosey. Same play, another hole for Mosey down the far side of the field. Stiff arming, he's dragged down across the 35-yard line to the 37. Tackle was made on the play for NIU by Javon Bird after a 6-yard pickup. It's 2nd and 4 for Miami from their own 37-yard line.
If Keon Mosey starts getting going, man, I mean, this could get ugly, honestly. He's so good. And Davis as well, they both are just so explosive in the backfield.
Empty set for Gabbert. Ball on the left hash, Redhawks taking it from left to right. Gabbert alone in the backfield with 5 wide. Motions up at his line of scrimmage, gesturing with his right hand. Takes the snap. 5-man rush, Gabbert under pressure, and he is sacked. Devontae O'Malley came flying up the middle to rip Gabbert down, and Miami loses ground back to their own 30-yard line. It sets up 3rd and 11.
Yeah, Gabbert just had nothing up the field, and that's kind of wherever all the receivers going. They were looking for that deep shot and just had nothing there.
O'Malley had a sack and a half last week and gets the Redhawks behind the sticks for this 3rd down. Miami is 0 for 5 tonight.
This is a huge one here, Luke. Need this one bad.
3:17 left to go, 3rd quarter. Redhawks initially went empty. Now they'll bring a man into the backfield to help block. Gabbert takes the snap. Pressure still coming. Gabbert escapes, throws near side. Caught by Andre Johnson at the sticks. He is lifted and slammed by a dual tackle for NIU. Ty Miles involved for the Huskies, along with the corner Jacob Finley, to bring down the Arizona State transfer Andre Johnson, but he has enough for the first down out to the 43-yard line. Last week for Johnson, had a catch for 15 yards, his first reception since the MAC opener against Toledo, and getting involved again here with probably his biggest catch as a Miami RedHawk so far, moving the chains. Under 2.5 to play, 3rd quarter. Miami leads it by 14. Gabbert will take the first down snap, quick play fake, and a throw down the middle of the field off the right hand of Javon Tracy, incomplete. Looks like RPO there for Miami, and Gabbert put a good amount of zip behind that. Tracy couldn't haul it in. It's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, that one just a little off target with Tracy there. I mean, I would have liked to have seen that one hit the numbers and just secure that catch. Would have been an easy one, but they miss on that one. they haven't missed much often tonight. Devon Tracy and Brett Gabbard have been clicking at all cylinders.
12 for 20 for 189 yards for Gabbard. Tracy with 5 receptions for 70 yards. Tracy motions into the right slot. Gabbard's got 2 wide either side with the ball on the right hash. Miami inching towards midfield at the 43. Pressure coming. Gabbard gets blasted as he takes the snap.
Man,
Brett Gabbard got absolutely rocked. Safety blitz there from Nate Volkersel. And that backs Miami way up to their own 35-yard line.
this offensive line is kind of struggling to start out the second half so far. I'd like to see them kind of get back on the page that they were on in the first half. They looked really well in the first half. Gavin had a lot of time back there in the pocket.
3rd and 18 for Miami. They've already converted one from behind the sticks on this drive. Gabbard takes the snap, quick pass out near side. Tracy has to leap to make the catch, grabs it, has yards after contact, but pushing up only as far as the 43 before he is put on the turf. Not enough there for the RedHawks. They get 9 on the 3rd down catch from Tracy, but it's 4th and 9, and the RedHawks will have to punt.
Yeah, Luke, they're just not putting themselves in good positions on 3rd down. They've had a lot of long 3rd downs tonight, and that's just kind of been the focal point of the night. I mean, they really need to get closer on 3rd down. You'd like to see some more 3rd and shorts.
Alec Bevelheimer handles a low snap on the punt. This is a little bit of a shank off the right side of his foot, and 20 yards short of the returner. It falls for Bevelheimer on the sideline, and now the official will walk the sideline, and we'll see where this gets marked. Still going up to the 39-yard line. So that is just officially a 17-yard punt for Bevelheimer.
He's had a couple of those low ones tonight, Luke, and that one was just a straight shank. Not what you want to see there.
58 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. NIU trails at 17-3, and the Huskies out on offense now. 1st and 10. It's the Wildcat look. Rudolph lined up as the QB. He'll take the snap for Northern Illinois. He takes the snap, heads right. He will flip it backward, rather fake it, and now head down the right side. He threads between 2 defenders and dives for the 1st down to midfield. He faked the pitch backward there to Ethan Hampton, the quarterback, who had come around from lining up out wide on the far side, and instead ran it for 11 and a 1st down. NIU quick to the line here. 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. And a quick snap and throw to the far side. It is brought in by Andrew McElroy. And he gets to the 41-yard line of Miami. A 9-yard gain as Rayon Strader wrapped him up. And it's 2nd and 1.
Northern Illinois is moving quick on this drive here, Luke. Kind of doing what Miami likes to do.
15 seconds to go, 3rd quarter. Snap in the handoff now. Off tackle down the left side. Williams has room inside the 30, down to the 22-yard line. He's finally tackled on the play by Silas Walters. Run up the middle that initially looked like just 2 or 3, and Williams bounced it outside and put on the Jets to get inside the 30-yard line and move NIU a yard short of the red zone. That brings us to the end of the 3rd quarter here from Yager Stadium. And NIU on the move, looking to come back in this 4th quarter on the road. 17-3 our score with Miami in front. We're back to Yager Stadium. After this, you're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio.
strange, we've gotten older. It'll be alright. I miss the days when we were sober, but it'll be alright. All those years we used to know. Taking control of what you know. You're already
Time to put up the fours. 15 minutes left in regulation. Northern Illinois trailing Miami 17-3, but they survived the monster that has been the Miami RedHawks in the third quarter this season on this field. And now they head into the fourth at the same score they went into halftime at, and they're driving down the field. They've got it 1st and 10 for the Miami 21, and NIU has been marching on this drive. 3 plays for 40 yards so far. Fake handoff. It's the backup quarterback Josh Holst in the game, and he gets brought down way behind the line of scrimmage. Matt Salopek was with him for the open field tackle. And Corey Sunnell there as well. 2nd and 14 after the 4-yard loss. And again, we see a dice roll there from Thomas Hammock and Wesley Beckcorner, his OC, and it does not work out.
Yeah, Luke, they had 3 lined up on the right side of the field and then 1 on the left, and they went for the left side trying to get an open play down there, but it was not there.
Hampton back into the game, takes the snap, looking deep, will check it down as he's hit, and it's incomplete. Falling at the feet of his receiver, a late flag in. Very, very, very late, but it's going to be against Miami. A big hit on the quarterback, but I don't think the penalty even was on the hit. The flag was too late. I think it was something as Bryan, who laid the hit, was getting up off the field.
Yeah.
It is roughing the passer, but again, the hit I think was clean there for Agu, but must have just provided something extra on his way back up because that flag came in well after the ball had already landed. Agu had laid his hit, and I think he just might have pressed down on the quarterback a little bit as Hampton was trying to get up.
Yeah, Luke, I think they kind of got him, like you were saying, after the hit. I mean, maybe laid on Hampton a little too long, or I'm not sure. I don't really like that call, but hey, I'm not a ref.
So that gives NIU a gift as they were looking at 3rd and long, and now it's 1st and 10 from the Miami 13-yard line. Hampton out of the pistol. Hands it off left and bursting through. Johnson's got room down to the sticks. He gets to the 3-yard line. And that's enough for a first down. Eli Blakey got the tackle for the RedHawks, but not after the gain of 10, 9, 9. 2nd and 1. They initially dropped the sticks, and it was looking like a goal-to-go situation, but instead stopped inches short there for NIU. It'll be 2nd and inches from the 3-yard line. Hampton takes the snap. Again, he'll hand it off, and this time Johnson met in the backfield and dropped.
I don't think he got that one either, Luke.
Looks like he lost about a half yard, and now this makes it a full 1 that Northern Illinois needs to get. Ball will be placed at the 4-yard line. And it's 3rd down and 1 for Northern Illinois.
Huge play here, Luke, down in the red zone. Got to convert this one if you're Northern Illinois.
Johnson, the tailback. Everybody in the box. And a QB sneak up ahead for Hampton, and he's got it for the 1st down.
Yeah, he didn't even need a second push on that one. Kind of got that one with ease. It looked like he maybe was going for a hard count, kind of faked out that defensive line.
It was a good sell, certainly. Hampton did not look like he was going to sneak it there. Like you said, it either looked like initially a hard count or a handoff to Johnson, but instead he just took a snap and quickly dove forward, got actually 2 yards on that dive, and it's 1st and goal for the 2-yard line now for Northern Illinois. Same formation as last time for the Huskies. They will throw it. It's Hampton to the back corner of the end zone, and it's incomplete. Huskies are a little lucky there that that did not go worse. Hampton crashed into a motion man in the backfield and got completely spun around. And then he airmailed his target out the back corner of the end zone. But anytime you try to get cute there down near the goal line and a play starts off like that with Hampton having his back turned towards the goal line, if you're NIU, you'll take the incompletion and the ball security. It's 2nd and goal now from the 2.
Using that fullback look, Luke.
They've got Lampy in the backfield. Tailback Johnson there as well. I formation, handoff Johnson down the left side, pushing. Did he get there? He did. Touchdown NIU. A very late push there from the Huskies. Got Johnson across the goal line. And they've made it a 1-score game with 11:51 to go in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, I can't say enough good. Got a flag there late.
Bryan was speaking with the official, and
I think he's still fired up, Luke, about that.
I think he
call
is, because he had to be restrained by his teammates for that play earlier when he was getting in the face of the official, as Matt Salopek ran in and had to physically pull him towards the Miami sideline. Chuck Martin had some words for him as well, and now Ugu's likely going to be called for a penalty here. And we'll see if Coach Thomas Hammock wants to maybe enforce this on the try and go for 2.
That would be interesting, Luke. Could get it down to a 2 field goal game instead of a touchdown, which, I mean, that's their first touchdown of the game, so maybe he does go with that. Looks like he is.
And yeah, Coach Hammock is enforcing the penalty on the try rather than the kickoff, so that moves it to the 1-yard line. And NIU is going to go for 2 with 11:51 to go in the 4th quarter. They trail it 17-9, but a chance to make it a 6-point game here. And again, like you said, get it within 2 field goals or maybe a touchdown for the win.
You don't see this all the time, but I don't hate the play call, honestly. I don't hate this decision.
NIU will go shotgun. The back is Williams to the left of his quarterback, Hampton. Hampton takes the snap, looking to throw, rolling near side, throwing end zone. It is dropped, incomplete.
Wow.
Oh, Williams was wide open out of the backfield. The throw was a little behind him there, but the play call was perfect for NIU on the designed roll. Williams found the perfect spot in the zone coverage. There was no one on him, but that throw was too far towards the middle of the field. Williams got turned around, got both his hands on the football, but couldn't hang on. And Miami escapes with an 8-point lead with 11:51 to go in the 4th. So in a way, that penalty ends up indirectly helping the RedHawks out a bit. but they'll get the ball back here, leading by 8 points with 11:51 to go when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Stay with us. $11:51 to go, fourth quarter here from Oxford. Northern Illinois cashing in with their first touchdown of the night, but after an unsportsmanlike penalty to Bryan of Miami, the Huskies took the penalty on the try and went for two, half the distance to the goal. Had a wide open play set up on a pass between Hampton and Gavin Williams, but the throw a little bit out of the window, and Williams couldn't hold on to it, dropping it wide open in the end zone, and it stays an 8-point game. So Miami at the very least cannot lose on an NIU touchdown at the moment, but wanting to get some more points here. Squib kick along the ground, hits off of one Red Hawk. Now it's picked up by Dylan Downing, who bursts ahead and motors across the 35-yard line up to the 37. They'll mark him at the 36, it appears, but
interesting decision there, Luke, to squib kick that one out.
yeah, that's going to set the Redhawks up with much better field position off a kickoff than the Redhawks are used to. Miami sits last in the MAC in kick return yardage, but up to the 36-yard line to start this drive, 1st and 10. Gabbard out of the gun. Three receivers diagonally spread to the right, one to the left with the back Mosey to Gabbard's left. Tracy now motions from the right side to the left side. Gabbard takes the snap, handoff up the middle to Mosey, breaking through the line. Mosey gets under the tackle and up ahead to the 45-yard line. It's a gain of 9 for Keon Mosey. And as we hit 11 and a half to go in the fourth quarter, it's 2nd and 1 for the Redhawks. From their own 45, ball just inside the right hash, taking it right to left.
Yeah, I love this decision by Miami to just kind of take this one slow. Not in that normal Brett Gabbert hurry-up offense. They're going to take this one slow and take some time off the clock.
Two receivers either side for Gabbert out of the gun. Tracy now on the short side of the field, motion to the right slot. Gabbert takes the snap, four-man rush, plenty of time, sets his feet, pocket splits, and Gabbert runs across the 50. He slides at the 48-yard line.
Great decision by Gabbert there to keep that one. You don't see him use his legs often, but he can use them when he needs to, and right there he does, and that was a great decision. Huge first down.
So on to the NIU half, to the Husky 48-yard line. RedHawks chewing some clock here. 10:30 to go, fourth quarter. Miami leads it by 8.
You got Virgil on a one-on-one again.
He's on the near side of the field by himself. Now Tracy motioned that way. And NIU will shift the defensive formation to come cover Tracy. Gabbert takes the snap, fakes the hand to Mosey, facing pressure from behind. Gabbert again will tuck and run to the near side. He's brought down by the shoelaces. Very good tackle by Jake Gassaway for Northern Illinois. It's a loss of 1. Second and 11 coming up for the RedHawks.
It looked like Gabbert there might have had Tracy down the middle of the field, but just maybe didn't see it. I'm not sure. Decided to keep that one. I don't hate the decision, didn't lose any yards, but maybe could have seen some Tracy there.
Calling it a second and 11, but very generous. Gabbert only lost about a third of a yard there, maybe. Two receivers on the right, one on the left, with Jack Coldiron on the right side of the line as the tight end. Play action for Gabbert, facing pressure. Gabbert fires it away as he got hit.
Oh.
And Gabbert's down. And Gabbert's up. And he's adjusting his pads on his legs and dusting himself off. Got kind of fallen on awkwardly there off the rush from O'Malley, who sacked him earlier and probably the hardest hit he's taken all year. That time was a little more slow motion and just kind of got fallen on top of by a big kid in the 293 O'Malley, but he'll stay in the game. Third down and 11 for Miami, a yard past midfield onto plus territory. Empty set for Gabbert. He's got Davis, who's normally a running back, in the right slot. Three men to the right, two to the left. Gabbert takes the snap. Four-man rush, throwing over the middle, complete to Kevin Davis, getting near the sticks. He is brought down.
Close.
He's a yard short off the initial spot. Kevin Davis gets 10 yards on 3rd and 11. And a decision upcoming here for Miami, and I think Chuck Martin's going to go for this.
I think you don't even think twice. You go for this one, Luke, for sure. You've got all the momentum. Why not? You need this. First down here is huge. You can keep the ball a lot longer and shave some more time off this clock here with an 8-point lead in the fourth quarter.
Dylan Downing going to come into the game, but with 10 on the play clock and Miami not lined up, it looks like Chuck Martin's going to take a timeout to talk this over. Play clock run to 1, and Miami calls timeout. 17-9 our score with 8:32 remaining in the fourth quarter. It's Miami 17 and Northern Illinois 9. RedHawks have a 4th and 1 upcoming on the other side of the break. We'll see what the RedHawks do when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. does appear as if Miami's going to punt this. The punt unit is out there. 8:32 to go, fourth quarter. Miami leads at 17-9. They were driving, but on third down and long, the RedHawks got a catch by Kevin Davis that brought him just 1 yard short of the sticks. Chuck Martin kept the offense out, but did not line up, called timeout, and now Alec Bevelheimer will boot this away. Sky kick, fair catch is called for and made just inside the 10-yard line by Dane Partridge. And at the very least, if you're not going to go for that, better execute the pooch kick. Miami did, and the Huskies will start from their own 9-yard line with 8:26 to play, down by 8.
Huge possession here for both teams. I mean, Northern Illinois needs a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to get this game tied up. And if Miami can get a stop here, we're looking at maybe them keeping that ball for the rest of this game.
Hampton working out of the shotgun. Takes the snap, looking to throw down the near side. High ball brought in, bouncing off a tackle and getting out past the 20-yard line. A first down to Brock Lampy. The fullback has been active in the passing game tonight. He picks up 13 yards, and it's 1st and 10 for the Huskies from their own 22. They'll go quick here. Shotgun snap, throw to the far side. It is caught outside the numbers, and McElroy spins it to the sideline. They'll mark him out at the 30-yard line after a gain of 8. We're under 8 minutes to play. It is 17-9 Miami, but Northern Illinois with the hurry-up offense really starting to move on their first couple plays of this drive. Hampton will still work out of the shotgun. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Takes the snap, waits, now rolls near side, facing pressure. He will throw it out of bounds into the Miami bench. Silas Walters came crashing down from the safety position for the RedHawks to force the QB hurry, and it's 3rd down just like that for Northern Illinois. 7:35 to go, 4th quarter. 3rd and 2 for the Huskies on the left hash from their own 30-yard line, down by 8.
I love that safety blitz there from Walters. Kind of disguised that one really well. Hampton didn't see that one coming. He had to throw that one away. It's a huge play on 2nd down and short. Big 3rd down here, Luke.
Huskies 7 for 14 tonight, and one of the best teams on 3rd down in the MAC. Pistol formation, handoff right, nowhere to go. It was Johnson. No gain on 3rd and 2 as Matt Salopek makes the stop for the RedHawks, and Northern Illinois will, looks like, go for this.
Huge play there by Salopek. It's just been all season. I mean, this is just unbelievable.
Wow,
He's a leader of his defense, and he just played a great game tonight.
This is an extraordinarily aggressive call here from Thomas Hammock. 6:55 and counting to go, 4th quarter. He's going to go for it on 4th and 2 from his own 30-yard line. Empty set, trips left, twins right, and a timeout called.
With a flag on the field, Luke.
And Northern Illinois calls timeout. So that at least helps if you're the RedHawks. Chuck Martin looked like he might have been ready to call a timeout on the Miami sideline. Play clock was winding down. Huskies went with a trips formation and twins on the near side. All 5 receivers tight to the line. No one in the backfield with Hampton. And man, if you're the Huskies, again, very aggressive call there from Coach Thomas Hammock to go for it on 4th down. You feel like you almost have to go for it now that you've called the timeout.
Absolutely.
But you really, really hate to burn one here with 6:46 to go in the game when you're trailing by a touchdown.
Yeah, now you give the RedHawks time to think about this one. Oh, well.
So only 2 clock stoppers left for NIU down the stretch of this game.
I mean, Luke, if they don't get this one, you're looking at a short and simple drive for Miami almost. I mean,
yeah, I mean, if the RedHawks were able to stop this, they would already be in field goal range, albeit near the outer edge for Dom Jobin. But, I mean, you wouldn't even have to gain any yardage to have a decent shot at putting points on the board. And, again, if you get the stop, you're thinking you're running at least 2 minutes or so off the clock and then kicking a field goal to make it a 2-score game. NIU only with 2 timeouts left after they just burned one. And that would make it awfully tough for this Husky team on the road who has fought super, super hard in the second half.
Yeah, they've played amazing on both sides of the ball in the second half. I mean, they've kind of taken charge of this game, Luke. I mean, they've really put themselves in good positions, but kind of in a tough one here on 4th and short in Miami territory. Or sorry, Northern Illinois territory.
It's really been since the UMass game that we've seen Miami look this vulnerable this late in a game at home. And in that UMass game, they found a way to pull it out. This one, they're playing from ahead, which is the difference. However, like you said, Northern Illinois has been the better team in the second half. They were down 17-3 at the break. They got the only score of half 2. But if you're Miami, does this defense have one more stop in them to potentially put it on ice and get you to your 6th win in a row?
This defense has played amazing all night. I wouldn't be shocked if we see another big play here from them.
And what's very interesting here, Gavin, as well, what's the play call if you're Thomas Hammock? Because we've seen, despite the rushing attack being as good as it is, and Hampton not really being a guy to throw a lot of passes on the year, on some crucial downs tonight, NIU has gone through the air to varying levels of success. Hampton 10 for 25 through the air for 70 yards and an interception.
Yeah,
but way, way more than his 16 passes already last week.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this play call here, Luke.
Pistol formation on 4th and 2 for NIU from their own 30-yard line. Taking the snap, it's a reverse the other way, and an open lane to the sticks. It's a first down for Rudolph, who slides at the 34-yard line.
What a play call. What a play call. Coach Hammock, what a play call. They just saved the game there with that. No one saw that one coming. No one on that left side for Miami on that defensive end, and just kind of Strader all out there by himself. Did not have time to recover for that one.
Looked like an option initially to the far side, and then Hampton just tossed it backwards for Rudolph, who had all kinds of room. 1st and 10 now for the Huskies, and a run up the middle on first down for a few yards as Johnson gets up to the 37. Interior lineman shaken up for the RedHawks. And so that will bring us to an injury timeout. 6:04 to play, 4th quarter. It's 2nd and 7 for the Huskies. They are being outgained by a large margin in this game. 304 yards for the RedHawks to just 200 even for the Huskies. And again, the max leader in total offense. But we've kind of seen it tonight, Gavin, from this NIU team. They lead the MAC in rushing offense and total offense. They have been a little bit spotty with what they can do through the air. However, if you lead a league in both of those categories, it's not often that you're actually in the bottom half in points per game, and that's where NIU finds themselves. They have struggled a couple times to finish off some drives getting into Miami territory. And only 9 points to show for what yardage-wise isn't going to look like a tremendous night, a night that they're used to, but had a number of chances across the 50 in this game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Luke. They've had a lot of chances throughout this game and just haven't really capitalized on a lot. I mean, they've gotten that one touchdown, and that's really it. I mean, they had that field goal, but even in that field goal, they started off in Miami territory and still couldn't get that touchdown. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. They haven't capitalized much throughout this game, and that's what's really hurt them.
Looks like Hilton was the injured Red Hawk, and or rather it was Ty Wise for Miami, and he's going to go to the tent. 2nd and 7 for Northern Illinois. 6:04 remaining, 4th quarter. Clock moving once again from their own 37-yard line. Ball on the right hash. Hampton from the shotgun. takes the snap and looks to throw. Four-man rush with time. Hampton now faced with pressure. He's brought down from behind. Ball is out, picked up by Bryan, and he scampers out of bounds with it.
Wow.
What
This Red Hawk defense.
a strip sack for Miami. Looks like call on the field is Red Hawk football. The question now is, was Hampton down before that ball popped out?
This one's going to be a close one, Luke, and a very interesting look at this. Wow. Either way, this Miami defensive front has just been astonishing tonight. I mean, we can't say enough good things about them over here.
It was Corey Suttle that punched that ball out for the strip sack, and not even a review. All good to go. That ball came loose.
Man.
And the RedHawks have it 1st and 10 with 5:46 to go from the Husky 25-yard line, leading at 17-9. Out of the shotgun, Brett Gabbert standing on the left hash with Keon Mosey to his right. Jack Coldiron will join the line on the right side. 4 men up front for the Huskies. Mosey now motions to Gabbert's left, and Mosey did not move when the snap came back, flags in, and Miami's going to get backed up. It's a snap infraction on the RedHawks, and so 1st and 15 now for Miami from the NIU 30-yard line. They are within Dom Jobin's range here, but from 41, he already missed tonight. There's not much wind to speak of, and he is kicking into the Gunlock Performance Center, which is the closed end of the stadium here at Yager, which is the easier end to kick into, but you'd like to get him some more room and at least run a little bit of time off this clock, maybe even get 7. Gabbert's out of the gun. Mosey motions to his left. Gabbert takes the snap. Mosey stops his feet in the backfield and now angles right, crossing the line of scrimmage. Maybe got a yard there before he was swallowed up.
Yeah, if you're Miami, you can't really be thinking field goal here. I mean, you got to get a few more yards, even if they want that field goal to be kind of automatic for Jobin. But I think you got to think touchdown starting in Northern Illinois territory with this. Close this game out with ease, score that touchdown, and just move on to next Friday with a big game against Bowling Green.
5:10 and rolling to go, 4th quarter. 2 timeouts for the Huskies. They trail at 17-9. 2nd and 15 for Miami after officially no gain for Keon Mosey on the first down rush. High snap, Gabbert hops, comes down with it, runs it to Mosey up the gut, and he is hauled down for a 1-yard gain. I think he got about 3/4 of a yard on first down, got the last quarter yard on second down to finally get him the full 1-yard pickup across 2 plays. It's 3rd down and 14 for Miami. They're going to run the clock to around 4:10 by the time they snap it. But on 3rd and 14 from the 29, again, this would be a tough field goal here for Jobin, looking at 46, 47 yards away, hoping at the very least to get some more breathing room.
Yeah, they need a couple yards for Jobin, I think.
Mosey still in the game as the back, 2 receivers either side. Gabbert, it's a draw play up the middle, and Mosey's got room, making his way left. Keon Mosey outside the numbers, hop steps across the 15, and he's clocked out of bounds at the 13-yard line.
And that's huge. Keon Mosey, he's done it again. He's so explosive. You cannot let him get outside like that, Luke. I mean, he's just so fast when he gets out there, and huge first down there. And that can't quite say seal the game yet. It's still 4 minutes, but closing in on it, and that's just huge.
Reached the ball out to the 11-yard line. That play almost looked doomed as Mosey and Gabbert did not look like they communicated cleanly on the handoff.
Yeah.
We've got some whistles here as Miami breaks the huddle. Looks like it might be an issue with the clock potentially, as the play clock never actually started.
Yeah, Luke, I think a lot of fans' hearts dropped for a second, and then it was excitement from then. I mean, kind of a disaster start of the play, and then it ends up in a huge first down.
Mosey ran into the line, and that would have been probably a 46-yard field goal try for Miami. Instead, he gains 18, moves the chains for just the 2nd 3rd down conversion of the night for Miami. Both, by the way, behind the sticks. That's the first one on the ground the RedHawks pick up. And now the RedHawks can run the clock down here, working 1st and 10 from the NIU 11-yard line. 3:35 and counting to go, fourth quarter, 10 on the play clock. Gabbard out of the shotgun. The back now, Dylan Downing to Gabbard's right. Andre Johnson motions from right to left, joins the line, handoff Downing, heading left, runs into the wall, and Downing got to the 10-yard line before he was fallen. It is a gain of 1, and now Thomas Hammock's going to start calling his timeouts. So he calls his first of the drive. But again, at this point in the game, that timeout is really mattering, and the one Northern Illinois spent before the 4th down. I understand they converted it, but really difficult to not have that in your pocket at this point in the game. NIU still got 1 timeout left. They have the 2-minute timeout to work with as well. But Miami well within Dom Jobin's range, which would make it a 2-score game, and the RedHawks also are within range of potentially adding 6.
Yeah, Luke, another thing I'd point out is that Downing, getting that run and staying in the game for this next play too. He's more of that power back. We saw him get that touchdown earlier at the beginning of the game, kind of with that 2-yard touchdown, but he's more that power back, and they're 11 yards away from the end zone still, so interesting there.
3:21 to go, fourth quarter. 2nd and 9 for Miami from the NIU 10. Handoff Downing straight up the middle, spinning around, and engulfed at the 7-yard line. 2-yard gain for Dylan Downing, the Purdue transfer. As you mentioned, Miami's power back. Last time out called by Thomas Hammock and NIU. Clock stands at 3:15 in the fourth quarter, with Miami leading it 17-9.
You'd like to think that they're in an automatic 3-point situation here, and maybe even a touchdown on this play if they break through a run, but with a field goal, you can call this one kind of game maybe, unless some crazy things happen. I guess craziers happen. I mean, this is action, so.
Notorious for chaos. The big action moment of the night was probably the Javon Tracy touchdown, not catching one, throwing one.
Absolutely.
To Reggie Virgil on the trick play, 30 yards. His QBR is sitting around 700 after that play.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
3rd and 6 for Miami. They'll hand it off, and no gain available for Downing. He might have lost a yard there.
Yeah.
I'm going to say he lost 2 all the way back to the 9-yard line. So NIU's defense does their job with a short field. They'll at least get the ball back in the hands of their offense. The question is, though, as the RedHawks are not bringing the field goal unit out yet, it looks like Chuck Martin's going to run down some time and call a timeout here. But you're looking at a little over 2 minutes to go for NIU. Hoping to force a field goal miss. If not, it would be a 2-possession game. Chuck Martin standing next to the side judge with the play clock running down to 5, awaiting the call. And there it is from Chuck Martin. 2:27 to go in the fourth quarter with the clock stopped. And the RedHawks will try a 26-yard, field goal attempt for Dom Jobin. One miss tonight, a little bit uncharacteristic, but all of his misses this year have come from 40+. The miss today was from 41, kicking to the other end of the stadium. Not much wind. It is relatively humid. There's a lot of fog over the field right now. But for Jobin, kicking what's a little further than an extra point.
Yeah,
and he'll attempt it from inside the left hash.
For Miami, you're in a good position here. I mean, up 8, can't lose the game off a touchdown, and field goal here would basically seal it. So
Jobin from 27 away. Snap and hold clean. Jobin perfect.
Money.
And the RedHawks tack on 3 to make it a 2-possession game with 2:25 remaining in the fourth quarter. Our score, Miami 20 and Northern Illinois 9. So another chip shot field goal for Dom Jobin. And now it's time for the Red Hawk defense to go to work. NIU behind the 8 ball. Ethan Hampton 10 for 25 for 70 yards and an interception, but he's been sacked 4 times. And again, without the ability to really push the ball down the field, Northern Illinois has not shown that tonight. That's going to make things very tough. Huskies have no timeouts. They'll get 1 free stoppage at the 2-minute timeout in 25 seconds.
Yeah, I think one thing, Luke, here you can't do if you're Miami is let off a big kick return here. Like you talked about earlier, Northern Illinois does have a good special teams unit, so you can't let that happen. You got to get this one to the end zone and force a touchback here.
Huskies have the best kick return average in the MAC at nearly 30 yards per return. Miami's done a very good job kicking it away from the Huskies tonight. Kellen McLaughlin tasked with that as he will boot it deep for the RedHawks. Trayvon Rudolph awaits at his own 1-yard line. And the kick is over his head and into the end zone for a touchback. Job done by the Miami ST unit. And Northern Illinois will come out 1st and 10 from their own 25. Huskies have possessed the ball for over a half hour to this point, but really have not shown an ability to move the ball with pace. Only a couple of chunk plays. 2 of them have come as trick plays. Miami going to be very wary of that headed into this final drive, or what could be a final drive, I should say. Final stretch of the game with 2:25 left to play. 20-9 is the Red Hawk lead. Thompson out of the gun on 1st down, looking to throw. RedHawks rush 4. He'll escape to the far side and throw complete, but inbounds right at the sticks. It is brought in by Williams, the running back, but he goes for no gain, and Rayon Strader got him and pulled him back in bounds as he was trying to head out. Clock will continue to move. NIU gets the snap off just before the 2-minute timeout. In trouble, lofting it. Hampton gets it on the check down over the middle to Williams, just short of the 30. But the catch goes for 4 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 6 for NIU. 3rd down and 5, rather, as they'll give him the 30-yard line, and that will bring us to the 2-minute timeout. We'll take one final break here from Yager Stadium. Our score at the 2-minute timeout is Miami 20 and NIU 9. RedHawks open to seal it when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 1:58 remaining in regulation. It's Miami 20 and Northern Illinois 9. RedHawks have made it a two-possession game thanks to the Dom Jobin field goal. Couple of short pickups for NIU, but they gotta move. No timeouts left and under 2 minutes to go. Huskies are faced with a 3rd and 5 from their own 30-yard line. Down 2 scores. 5 wide for NIU. Hampton has 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Clapson takes the snap. 4-man rush, pressure coming, throw to the far side, brought in at the sticks, first down. It's a 6-yard pickup to Andrew McElroy. He had just 1 catch last week, but a couple of biggies for NIU tonight. That's his 4th grab, a team high, and he gains 6, getting out of bounds to stop the clock with 1:54 left to go. One receiver to the left, 2 to the right. Motion brings Twins on the right side. Quick snap, throw to the far side, incomplete.
Who is it? Of course, Strader. I mean, it's been everywhere.
The pass was to Williams, and he got hit hard by Strader right as he touched the football. Incomplete. It's 2nd and 10, 1:50 left to play.
Can't say enough good things about Strader. I mean, we've talked a lot about that defensive line tonight and that linebacker play, but Strader's been great.
Hampton out of the shotgun. Takes the snap with time. Rolling near side, eyes downfield, still going, and he'll run out of bounds. Picked up a few yards, but it's 3rd down again after the keeper by Hampton. Rather, that was Josh Holst into the game at quarterback for NIU, and it's 3rd down and 5 coming up for the Huskies.
Yeah, this is interesting having Holst in. I'm kind of confused on that decision, maybe, unless there's an injury, but.
So Holst operating, maybe going for a little more arm strength here late, as he's a guy that's whipped it around the yard in a couple games this year as the starter. Taking the snap on 3rd down, throwing near side, wide open. McElroy catches it, up the sideline he goes, and tight-roping out of bounds into Miami territory to the 50-yard line. 1:37 left to go. Holst, last appearance was in the Ball State game, but played the majority of the Toledo game. 22 for 46 for 210 yards in that game through the air. That is by far more throwing action than Ethan Hampton has seen in a game all year.
Yeah,
and
not
so,
even close.
Yeah, maybe a guy that, knowing you're going to have to air the ball all over the yard here late, you bring in to try and get you some strength. 1st down and 10, and Holst rolling to the far side, pressure in his face from Trick, throwing on the far sideline, and it's incomplete. It was intended for McElroy, but he was blanketed, and the throw came in high. Ambe Caldwell on the coverage for the RedHawks, 2nd and 10 with 91 seconds remaining. NIU down 11 points here on the road. Hampton out of the shotgun. 2 receivers left and 1 to the right. Check it, Holst rather. And he takes the snap. Looking right, throwing right. It is caught. Short of the sticks, though, and inbounds. The RedHawks swarm, and the clock's going to move after a 7-yard pickup. Cam Thompson, who was injured earlier in the game, back in. Rayon Strader again doing well to keep the receiver in bounds, and NIU's got to go quick here. 1:10 left to go. Clock moving. 3rd down and 2 for the Miami 42-yard line. Holst takes the snap. Looking to throw. Pressure off the edge. Steps up. Checks it down. Catch made by Williams. 1st down. And down the middle of the field, he gets to the 34-yard line before he's brought down.
Big time throw there by Holst.
Tackle by Matt Salopek. Clock moving once again with the chain set. 53 seconds to go. 1st down, Northern Illinois. Holst takes the snap. 4-man rush. Pocket collapsing. Holst steps up. Holst is going to run up the middle of the field. He is brought down, and he did not get to the sticks. Clock still going here, and it is a fire drill for Northern Illinois. They've got to get a snap off. Clock still moving. 34, 33, 32, and a complete panic up front for the Huskies. They're going to now line up late and spike it, and Holst throws it down to stop the clock with 26 seconds left.
Yeah.
And if you're Holst, you got the 9-yard pickup, but you're probably better off just throwing that away on the previous play.
Yeah, just a terrible, terrible mistake. Kind of quite exactly what you don't want. And if you're going to do that, you got to get to the line quick, and they just did not do that there. So now they're going to kick a field goal.
They're going to rush, the field goal team on to try and just kick this, make it a one-possession game, and then hope for onside kick Hail Mary. Whittle's already hit one. This is from 42 away. Down the middle of the field, it's blocked! It is blocked! RedHawks pick it up, and that'll do it.
That's how you end the game there, Luke. Wow.
5th block against the NIU field goal unit this year. It's Silas Walters that got his hand to the football, and Miami's going to win their 6th game in a row here from Yager Stadium.
That's about the ending the action game should go in. I mean, wow. We talked about it at the beginning of this game, Luke, giving up 4 blocked kicks during the NIU season so far. There was another. I mean, it's kind of a struggle they've had all season.
Brett Gabbard in victory formation for Miami, and he takes the knee. RedHawks will win their 6th game in a row, and Miami is going to win another one here at Yager Stadium. The RedHawks are victors over the NIU Huskies with their 5th consecutive win here in Oxford, and 6th win in a row overall. 20-9, the final score here tonight. And Gavin, it wasn't always clean. It looked like Miami was going to run away with this one in the first half. Northern Illinois, though, showed some fight. They got the big interception at the end of the first half that kept them within it, getting the field goal. You felt a little bit nervous if you were Miami headed into the half without the momentum. You had the 2-score lead, but had a chance to really put the game away. And if you were to tell Miami fans at that point that the offense was going to struggle as much as it did in the second half, you might feel even more scared than you were. Fortunately, the defense and the pass rush specifically was absolutely lethal for the RedHawks tonight, and no more than in those final 30 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're Miami, there's one way to look at this, or there's multiple ways to look at this, but the one way I would look at it is they're finding out how to win games. They're winning games in multiple different ways. I mean, they've had their amazing second halves that we've talked about, and then tonight they just didn't have that, and they still pulled off their win. And just finding out ways to win late in the season is huge. And the road to Detroit is still on, and it's looking better and better every week.
With the win, the Miami RedHawks improved to 7-4 and 6-1 in the Mid-American Conference after losing their first MAC game of the year to Toledo. The RedHawks have rattled off a half dozen straight, and Miami will head into Bowling Green next Friday with a chance to punch their ticket to Detroit for the 2nd straight year, hoping to defend their title. For Northern Illinois, they will drop to 6-5, 3-3 on the season. That will officially put the nail in for the Huskies in their MAC title game hopes. They will wrap up their regular year against CMU, hoping to win a game for bowl implications in their regular season finale coming up next week. That game will be next Saturday, November 30th, with a kick time yet to be determined. We're back on the air with you on Friday. Again, Miami women's basketball against Hiram, 10:30 pregame, 11 a.m. tip-off for the RedHawk women, and Glenn Box's group looking to win another game after a couple last weekend. Back with you for football for the Bowling Green game, 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Kick coverage begins with the kickoff show at 11 from Doyt L. Perry Stadium in Bowling Green, Ohio on Black Friday coming up next week. So until then, for the rest of our great crew here at RedHawk Radio, my partner Gavin Stark, Luke West Poley saying so long. Happy Thanksgiving from us here at RedHawk Radio. Miami wins it 20-9 over Northern Illinois, claiming the Mallory Cup and their 6th win in a row as the march to Detroit is alive and well for the RedHawks. Thanks for tuning into this presentation of Miami football on RedHawk Radio, the post-game show with Bryan Miller and Sean Wiesemann coming up after the break.
All right, thank you, Luke. Thank you, Gavin. A 20-9 win for the Miami RedHawks. Wasn't a pretty second half, but
No.
a few critical defensive stops for the RedHawks gets them another win, their 6th conference win. They stand at 6-1 and continue their push to Detroit, try to repeat as MAC champions. I'm your host, Bryan Miller, joined by Sean Wiesemann. Sean, mentioned earlier, was not pretty second half offensively for Miami, but a few critical defensive stops. A fumble caused by Corey Suttle steps up a field goal from Dom Jobin to make it a 2-possession game, and Miami able to survive and beat the Huskies.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a very gritty performance, only 3 points in the second half. But you know what? Good teams win and great teams cover, and they really found a way to really put it away at the end there with the blocked field goal, obviously, and able to really at that point, putting it completely out of reach at that point, and able to finally ice the game for their 7th win of the season.
Wasn't a pretty performance offensively for Miami. Only 324 total yards of offense, much of those in the first half, though. NIU with 242 total yards, 19 first downs for the Huskies, 17 for the RedHawks, but 2 critical turnovers for NIU put this one just out of reach for the Huskies. They will go to 6-5 and 3-4 in conference play. I gotta say though, Sean, I think they're much better than their record indicates, especially in conference play. I think they're definitely one of the toughest teams in the MAC, especially up front. Very gritty football team. Just seems like they weren't able to do enough offensively tonight.
No, I second that. It doesn't seem like they were able to get the quarterback and the wide receiver play. I don't think was quite consistent enough. And on the back end, especially in the first half, they weren't quite able to get enough stops for the RedHawks to really. The RedHawks were able to do what they wanted as a result, especially in the secondary, both offensively and defensively.
And for the Miami offense, not quite able to get a ton going in the second half. Never quite able to get their run game going to levels that we've seen in recent weeks. 91 yards on the ground for Keon Mosey today. Not quite able to get to 100, but did enough to get the job done.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can say what you want about, the struggles, especially in the first half they had in the run game, but when it mattered, they were able to get the necessary yardage, and they were able to put it away. That 3rd and 18 draw run was more or less the icing on the cake for the entire game. The fact that they were able to get that, kill enough time to basically make it impossible for NIU to get even back in this game, field goal or not. That was really big, and those key runs continue to keep popping up game after game for Keon Mosey, and he keeps building his reputation as one of the best running backs in the Mid-American.
Yeah, absolutely. Great run there for Mosey. Great blocking on the left side of the offensive line on that play. Not only kills the clock, but makes it an easier field goal for Dom Jobin to make it a 2-possession game and ultimately put this game out of reach for NIU. Any other major takeaways that you had from this game, Sean?
The other big takeaway I would say is the fact that despite the passing game not being able to get anything done in the second half, and obviously offensively they struggled quite a bit in the second half, the fact that the defense, like as we said, was able to really stand their ground and only give up 6 points in the entire second half against an offense for a while that seemed to pretty much have all the momentum. And, I think a lot of us, the RedHawks fans, were kind of sitting there going, okay, when's the turnover? When's the big stop going to come? And it did come. It just came a little later than I guess all of us were expecting. But regardless, you'll take it.
Certainly some big-time plays by your big-time players. You always take that if you're Miami. Matt Salopek, Ty Wise, and Bryan Ugu making major plays throughout the second half. Next week for Northern Illinois, they will take on Central Michigan at home. They will look to improve to 7-5 on the season and go back up to 500 in conference play. And for Miami, Sean, a huge game next week, next Friday afternoon at Bowling Green. It looks like that's going to be a MAC semifinal game of sorts, barring some major upsets. The winner will be going to Detroit. The loser will be going back home. Should be a lot of star power in that one, too, whether it's Brett Gabbert, or Matt Salopek or
Harold
Connor
Fannin.
Bazelak or Harold Fannin, the
Yeah.
star tight end for Bowling Green.
Yeah.
What are your early thoughts about that one?
I'm curious to see and to watch Harold Fannin. This guy's going to be a top 2 round type of talent, and the fact that he's playing in the Mid-American is certainly incredible, and he leads all tight ends in the country in receiving yards. He's tops in the Mid-American in receiving yards. He is a truly one-of-a-kind talent who, really gets it done. I mean, he's second in the country in receiving yards at the tight end position, which is just incredible. The last time we saw a guy like that dominate, his name was Brock Bowers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a phenomenal talent.
Yeah.
Sean Fannin was named to the Bolitnikoff semifinal list
As
just
a tight
today
end,
as
yeah.
a tight end.
Yeah.
So that just shows the type of ability that he has. 1,170 receiving yards on the season, 8 tight ends. My personal note for Harold Fannin, for whoever's listening, if you happen to be a voter of the Mackey Award that goes to the best tight end, please vote for him.
Absolutely.
I know Tyler Warren is great up there in Penn State, certainly a tremendous player, but look, he doesn't have over 1,000 receiving
No.
yards. And Fannin, a tremendous run blocker as well.
Yeah.
Very good all-around tight end.
Yeah.
Frankly, one of the best players in the country, and
definitely an All-American talent for
it
sure.
will be a joy to see the Red Hawk defense go at him next week. Should be a
Absolutely.
good one in a game with major ramifications in the Mid-American Conference. Sean, any final thoughts before we sign off?
Look forward to Bowling Green.
Absolutely.
Look forward to it.
That'll
That'll
be-
be a great game. I'm sure we're all going to be sitting at home watching that and cheering on the RedHawks.
That will be next Friday, Black Friday at 12 o'clock. Do not know what network it is on yet. It will be either ESPNU or CBS Sports Network. As for now, that will do it here from Yager Stadium. The RedHawks survive and outlast the Huskies, winning 22-9. Great game. We will see you later here on Red Hawk Radio. As for now, have a good night. Have a great rest of your week. Bryan Miller, Sean Wiesemann, signing off. Thank you.